going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Y'all come on up in here. Come on in here. I just got through doing 24 hours. I'm delirious. I want to hang out before I pass out. Y'all come on up in here. Let's get going. We got two more episodes of this Candace Owens saga of the alien to watch. Candace. Yeah, we're going to keep laughing at you until you leave our planet. I told you to Blexit your ass up out of here. She thought we were playing, y'all. We got to take control of Earth. We're not in the mood for foreign invasions from other planets. We're just not in the mood, especially when you refuse to read. Can't make this up. What's going on, y'all? I am tired. How are you all doing? I hope you guys are staying warm. We expect to have another little snowstorm. I know down here in my area, and it's certainly going to happen over the evening and overnight. Oh, y'all, I'm exhausted. I got off at 8:30. I slept a little bit and I just kind of woke up. You know, when you're a mom, you never really sleep. Yeah, no, you don't get any sleep. So if you don't have any kids, enjoy your nap times. Enjoy the aspect of being able to go to bed. Even when your kids are older, you still just kind of worried. Like I still just pop up out of nowhere just to make sure they ate dinner, or lunch. And they're old enough to like fix themselves food and all of that, but I don't know why. It's like I still have to like, did y'all get lunch? Did y'all get dinner? And then they're like on their phones and chilling and stuff. They not chabu. They eat when they get hungry. But y'all, we got two more Candace episodes. And Daily Wire put out a new video. We're here for it. So y'all make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. Hit the like button coming in. Show some love. Make sure we keep these videos in the algorithm. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for your support. Subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. We are still trying to hit 50,000 supporters. Yes, we are by my birthday, March 31st, 2026. 50,000 supporters. That means we got to be sharing this everywhere. And I appreciate those who do, especially over there on Twitter X. Thank you so much. I feel privileged. Thank you so much. I feel so special. You guys are awesome. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to all members, to everyone here. What's going on? Y'all ready to laugh? Cece up in here, Lisa up in here. Let's laugh, okay? Melinda up in here, Mama Sage up in here. What's going on? How y'all doing? Francisca up in here. Shout out to my moms. I appreciate you. Y'all come on in here and hit that like button. Hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all, you want to start off with the Daily Wire? Let's start off with a little laughter because, Candace going to give us a headache anyway. So we're going to start off with this, the loneliest horse on earth. Y'all. Bishop Shapiro going all in on this horse thing. He said, oh, you talking about a midget horse and me riding on it and all that and if me. Okay, I got you, girl. I'm going to wear this out. You going to regret the day you ever said something about me coming in on a midget horse. I can't speak the way that Ben Shapiro does, but I can imagine it's something like this. She'll regret the day she ever said anything about me coming in on a midget horse. This is it is what it is. She'll regret it. I'm just gonna make sure that I have all the videos so that anytime she speaks, I'm gonna make sure that she remembers that midget horse. She will remember the midget horse. The midget horse, it will be the only thing she will be able to think about for many, many hours to come. Yeah, how's my impression? Did I nail it? I'm close to it. It will be the only thing that she will be able to talk about. Nothing else. As a matter of fact, I want her visions and her dreams to be filled with midget horses. Yeah, he went her behind out with it too. Shapiro, we're here for it. We're here for it, bro. Yeah. When I'm trying to listen to him, hold on. When I'm trying to listen to him, I start laughing. Like Tucker Carlson is just insufferable. I can't take it. Even if I just want to like laugh at him and make fun of him, I have to listen to him first, and I can't even get past that part. Ben Shapiro, I can. Yeah, we, we can we can take on Ben Shapiro all day. Candace, we're gonna torture the hell out of you with it. Oh Lord have mercy. I can't even say it. Y'all, I was close. Was I close? Just watched Jay Witt's video from yesterday. He had me in tears after that person he spoke with. What the heck is going on over there? Y'all, oh Jay Witt, I'm so sorry. I think he sent me an email earlier this week to come up on the panel, but I had to work. Oh no. I'm still getting oh man. I had to work. It was so hard for me to get up on it. Oh Lord. And then Umar out here just doing the most. You can't make this stuff up. Oh my God. Oh man, we gotta do an Umar live stream. He out here talking about the renovations are done. Like I thought it was a joke. No, he's serious. He's seriously talking about renovations. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shout out to you, Cher. I see your emails, Manny. I got your email. I'm seeing some of them. I'm just trying to go through them. Y'all. Okay. I gotta get caught up on emails too. But we got this here. Daily Wire clowning Candace the way it should be done. You understand? Candace, no one cares how you feel, girl. No one cares if you're mad. No one cares if you don't like it. We're gonna laugh at you. The end. I mean, here's a thought. You don't like it, Blex it off of our planet. I mean, seriously. Maybe Kanye will get you a spaceship and just skyrocket you to the moon. So you can go figure out what happened on the moon. You can't make this up. Oh man, Milk Bar went in on her, so we're happy about that. That's what I'm happy about. Y'all, let's get some laughter in. Hey, Amir Shakur speaks. How you doing? What's going on? Did you meet alien from outer space or of this world? I don't know. Candace Owens said she's an alien, and we just took that and ran with it because for once we feel like she's telling the truth. She's an alien from another planet. Like, get off of our planet, like Earth. Not don't be here on Earth. That's what she meant. Candace, you could always debunk me, helpful, but you won't do it because you know that I'm telling the truth. She said she was an alien. I said, okay, cool, we'll go with it. Yeah, she took my quip talking about Charlie and making electricity move and all of that. I said, so now he's a mutant from X-Men. And then she took that whole X-Men bit and stole it. Won't even say, just like Lady Luck Club said, the queen of YouTube. Like, she won't even give me that credit. She ain't even trying to give me a little bit of credit. You can't make this up. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, honey? Did you hear about their Clark? Yes. Yes, I did. Very unfortunate. Let's see here. Yeah, I did. Shout out to you, Amir. I think you have a channel, right? Can you put his YouTube channel link in the chat? You guys go make sure you check out Amir Shakur Speaks and show him some love. Edie Lowe had a great video. Yes, I like Edie Lowe. Yo, great minds think alike. You hear me? I do like Edie Lowe because we watched both sides yesterday. Child, when I say he had me crying, it was so fun. It was so funny. Hold on. How you spell Edie Lowe? Is Jay Witt live now, child? I just can't. See, I just have to go live, and then I'll catch his on the back end. Oh, Lord, have mercy, bleed for me? Okay, Titanic. Y'all, check out. Oh, my God, she got at least some good videos up in here. Oh, my goodness. Candace leaks another call. Okay, which one is it y'all wanted to see? She's got one that says Candace Owens leaks Eric Kirk Zoom call. Candace Owens leaks another Zoom call. One that says cry my darling. The other one says bleed for me. You got sue me. I want the bean power. Catanic. Oh my goodness. C and D for Miss Candy. That's hilarious. Which one did y'all want to see? Oh, he is a 7. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Saint. That is a Mishacor's channel. You guys go make sure you check them out. There you go. Show them some love. Welcome all. Welcome all. Y'all make sure you all hit that like button. I appreciate you all. What's going on, Camille? How you doing? What's popping? Did I miss anybody? CC up in here? Okay, Edie Low. Melinda, which video? Let me know which one. We'll put it to the side, honey. And then we'll check it out after we check out Daily Wire, because Daily Wire be going in. They're talking about midget horses, and I'm here for it. Which one, Melinda? Which one did you want to see? We got them all here. Bleed for me, cry my darling, sue me, Cantanic. Eat, pray, love. Oh, she got a lot up here. Man, I miss so much. Purgatory, Inception, Final Destination. Edie Logan's got those catchy titles. It's awesome. It was in her shorts. Okay, hold on. The YouTube, let me go to the shorts. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Reason number 4,491 why Candace hates Erica Kirk. Which one is it? Y'all. I guess any of them would be fun. Oh, you just said pickle. Okay, cool. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Let's do that one. We'll probably do this one and the other one, the 4,491 reasons.
I don't lie. I am relieved that.
Hold on.
That's
hey.
I don't lie.
Edie Lowe's shorts. So make sure you all go check out Edie Lowe YouTube channel as well. Yeah, I am huge on making sure that other content creators get some love shown their way. It's the best I can do to make sure that everybody's out supporting everybody. We all may talk about Candace, but we do it in our own different ways, and I appreciate the creativity that other content creators bring along. So let's get to this, y'all. This is Edie Lowe. This is a fire one. All right, thumbs up. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see it here.
I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA.
She should never become the CEO and chairman overnight.
Erica Kirk, man, she really is just the moment. So stunning. It's just unmatched. I can just look at people.
Hold on.
That's crazy work.
I don't lie.
Hold on. Because I can't see the whole video. Let me do both.
That's crazy work.
I don't lie. I am relieved.
That's crazy work. Candace, find your own group. For Candace to say it.
At least she's not in hair and makeup. I appreciate that.
Hold on. Okay. Let me go back.
I don't lie. I am relieved.
I want to see the full video. I can't see it like that in that. I have to see it like this. I couldn't see it in that post.
I don't lie.
There we go. Y'all see, this is better. You can see the whole thing. All right, cool. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see it here. Let's go.
I don't lie. I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA.
She should never become the CEO and chairman overnight.
Erica Kirk, man, she really is just the moment. So stunning. It's just unmatched. I can just look at people and I just catch a vibe and I'm like, I remember meeting Erica and she was just lovely, genuinely such a nice person. And I was like, Charlie, just go for it. It is the general tone that is off-putting. And my only ground rule is no assassinations. It's accident. Okay.
What?
We'll be right back. And my husband's dead. Not to be morbid, that is a sentence that, and I just kept asking him to replay it over and over and over again. Just thought she would be more upset.
You're not just a grieving widow.
That's what it means to step into a company of that size and that scale. The overall mood of this call, Erica Kirk, I could see the energy is extraordinarily upbeat. She's going to fight. She's going to fight and she is going to fight on the good side. Where it comes from, I'm going to explain the happiness I feel. It comes from peace. This is a faithful couple because we're witnessing the gospel. This is a woman who consulted a priest and prayed. My assumption was that, so I can't even imagine what it feels like. I assumed she couldn't get out of bed. She's going to fight. I assumed that she couldn't pick her head up. She's going to fight. That she was in the office every day. She's going to fight. So what I had imagined in my head was happening, it's too much. Simply was not so. I can't stop reading conspiracies. It never stops. I'm just reminding us all to just have a little bit of grace is all. No, I reject it. I reject that 100%.
Oh, no.
All of this makes my skin crawl.
Y'all, Edie Lois, boy, you coming up that next to Milk Bar, aren't you? Man, that montage is something else. That just shows how hypocritical she is. That's all that is. Oh, it's so hypocritical. Y'all, and then next we got Daily Wire. I want to make sure that it's not skipping on me. Hold on.
Where everything ends.
Okay. So you all let me know if it freezes or skips or something like that. It's starting to storm in my area with a little ice and snow and stuff like that. It's going to get a lot more windier, and the temperatures are going to continue to drop. So if we start getting the interruptions, please just let me know. But let's get to it, y'all. Oh, y'all see the midget horse. Rub it in, Bitch Shapiro. Just piss off. We're here for it. Let's get to it. Put a one in the chat. You can see it here. This is from Daily Wire.
He begins. At the edge of all that has been charted, he continues, unbothered by scale. His map, the stars, his compass, his heart. The world is vast and indifferent, offering no assurances, no safe harbor, no promise of sanctuary. Still he walks. Clip, clop, clip, clop. While others measure their quality in size, he measures it in resolve. And though his legs are small, his heart is unimaginably big. Only now do we see him clearly. The tiny horse. And in the silence of endless horizons, nothing could be louder than the steed's proclamation of his insatiable desire of being. To be.
Y'all, horse beat the wolf. Wait a minute, let me go back. Yo, what? That horse. I'm sorry, that wasn't eating, but okay.
Unimaginably big. Only now do we see him clearly. The tiny horse. And in the silence of endless horizons, nothing could be louder than the steed's proclamation of his insatiable desire for being. To be.
They talking about to kick rocks. Oh, Candace, they telling you to kick rocks, you tiny horse. All right, y'all.
Because it was symbolic and they
This
felt
the heck?
it was necessary. It was
Okay.
Oh,
This is her episode she did on Lord, Thursday? 2 days ago. Okay. It's Saturday, yeah, so Thursday. And we're gonna then check out the one she did yesterday. Because Monday she said something about not knowing the freezing temperature of water and had no idea that ice could hit Tennessee, I guess, because of reasons. So so we're going to check out the one she did Thursday and yesterday. So I want you all to get some popcorn, get your Kool-Aid, get your soda, your water, banana, peanuts, whatever you like to eat. Go get settled in your saddle. Okay. Get situated, go to the bathroom. And wash your hands and get comfortable because we're going to be in this for the rest of the evening. Now, Candace, I heard you leaking phone calls again. So I'm just going to go in on you like I did last time. I'm not sparing you anything. You understand? I just want this to be known. To all the Candy Ass cult members, you come into my chat at your own peril. I, being the queen of YouTube, do not care how you feel. I'm just going to go ham in on Candace Owens. And I'm going to laugh at her, and so will the rest of the Luxters here in the LLC. She is a clown, and we cannot take her seriously. We owe her nothing. Candace, I'm still waiting on my $7,000. You owe me some money, heifer. Can't make this up. All right, y'all, put a one in the chat when you're ready. When you can see it here. Let's go.
All right, you guys, welcome back to season 9, episode 2 of Everybody. I'm your host, another well-found.
Wait a minute. She said, I'm your host. Everyone grieves differently, like everyone loves Raymond. Candace be stealing stuff from TV shows. That's how ridiculous and unoriginal she is. Why is she stealing it from Everybody Loves Raymond? I'm your host, Candace, the alien. I came from outer space. I have alien juice in my stomach. Can't make this up. And recurrent yeast infections from black mold. Candace, you can kiss my ass, girl. I don't care how you feel. You can't make this up. Oh my God, y'all. Hold on. I was getting a little stall on my end. Please let me know if you can see it in here. I want to make sure. All right, let's get back to it.
Financed PR campaign against people for asking meaningful questions, shaming people. And you might be surprised then to learn who actually uttered that expression first over at Turning Point USA before Charlie's memorial.
What's going on?
In a corporate-wide phone call, which took place, or Zoom call rather, just 5.5 days after Charlie's assassination. And speaking of different ways to grieve, the now former CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, is back trying to make a comeback to reclaim his name in the press after he ran the company into the ground with his petty grievances and personal passion projects. And like everyone in the mainstream media, he appears to be auditioning for a role at AIPAC in the very tried and true manner of publicly attacking Tucker Carlson and yours truly, correlating us to Antifa thugs and also this show to pornography. Anyway, welcome back to Candace.
What the heck is she saying? And you're still a clown. You dumb alien. All that alien juice in that belly, and no one's going to question that.
All right, you guys, first and foremost, a major correction from yesterday. Thank you to people in Iowa for messaging me. We made a mistake and showed you a picture of a man that is actually not named Bob Flood at all. His name was actually Bob Ferguson. He's from Iowa. He has nothing to do.
Let me just say this right now. It was not an accident. Candace refuses to vet. She has no idea who people are, how they look. She just puts up photos because someone sent it to her in her tip line. She's too lazy to read. She's illiterate. We all see how she speaks. We can hear her mispronounce words every day. She is definitely a non-reader of books. She refuses to Google. She doesn't vet information. I highly doubt she understands the definition of the word vet. So here we are yet again with her saying that it was a mistake. No. You did this on purpose because you're lazy, Candace. You're lazy. If you don't vet your information, of course you're going to get something wrong. You thunkhead. I don't know why aliens have a hard time just saying, I'm sorry, and leaving it at that. She says she's 36 Earth years. Chabu. Candace, you have the mind of a 2-year-old. And you want to be the smartest person in the room. You know, we're going to just laugh at that idea that you want to be the smartest anything in anybody's room is absolutely hilarious to me. Come on, you dumb alien.
With the story, it was genuinely a full-blown mistake. I've actually reached out to him.
It was not
and
a mistake.
I just deeply apologize. We wiped it from the episode, but many of you saw it before we actually did. So I just wanted to clarify that picture that we showed yesterday of Bob Flood from Chicago was not Bob Flood from Chicago. was a man named Bob Ferguson from Iowa who literally had nothing to do with anything. So my apologies to Bob Ferguson. Hopefully we will get in touch. I'm kind of using some back channels to make that happen. Anyway, back to today. They
sue her. That's it. I wouldn't even give her mercy. Sue her. Look how fast she is to put up pictures of people. Just like she did with that kid at the campus at UVU because he was wearing a green hoodie. She doesn't think about the consequences and the backlash because a dumbass cult doesn't read either. So when her cult members go after these people, they're not going after him trying to figure out anything. They're going after these people with a preconceived notion based on what she's told them. So they're going out on the attack. Candace, you're an idiot. Stop putting up photos of people and stop putting out names before you vet them. It's not that difficult to vet. You just got to figure out how to do it. I'm not going to tell you how to do that. I'm telling you a whole lot of other things that you're just kind of picking up and putting out there on your show. No, I'm not going to teach you how to vet, heifer. You got to learn how to do that on your own. You need to figure it out. Why don't you text message that FBI agent that you claim you text talking about my life is in danger, the French are after me, and all this other nonsense that was not true? Why don't you text that FBI agent back and ask them, how do you vet? At least you have somebody more credible to teach you. You're bad at this, Candace. You are bad at this. That man should sue you. You can only imagine the harassment he was subjected to. You can only imagine. And her dumb cult is so conspiratorial, they're not going to believe that. They're not going to believe, oh, it was just a simple accident. No, they're going to keep, I think it's something on to that. You know, I think he might be connected to something. Now, I think there might be something there. They won't leave it alone to save their lives. And because Candace lets her audience override her platform, she's not going to care at all until she gets that letter. We're intending on suing your behind into oblivion. Now, it's only, you can only imagine what this person has been through simply because she put up their photo. That's all it takes, Candace. You dumb alien. You can't make this up.
They say hindsight is 2020, right? That's the expression. Hindsight is 2020. And damn, if we are not realizing that right now, I can say with full confidence after combining what we have learned throughout this investigation to be a fact, and after now speaking with employees who were let go in this recent string of aggressive firings, employees that did nothing or weren't told that they did anything. They certainly were not the people that were leaking to me. But I do believe firmly from the beginning that Erica was intimately involved in the PR messaging and the PR campaign at different times against me, sometimes against the entire world, but against me in particular. Just to recap why this is now suddenly important, no one's picking on her. We have confirmed for a fact that she lied. She lied to my face, actually, regarding the...
Did she say sometimes against the entire world?
And the PR campaign at different times against me. Sometimes against the entire world, but against me in particular.
It's not against the entire world, Candace. You don't represent the entire world, you dumb heifer. I'm sorry. Why? Who made her queen of the planet? Get off of our planet. We don't care if you feel offended. Did you this? Sometimes against the entire world. How did she do that, Candace? Exactly how does Erica Kirk levy a PR strategy campaign against the entire world? Are y'all hearing this nonsense? She said against the entire world. Like, you can't make this up. What's going on? No reply. How you doing, honey? Jim up in here. Mira up in here. It's good to see you all. Y'all stay warm, stay safe. Get inside the house, snuggle down. Get your blanket and some popcorn and Kool-Aid. Because it's going to be a long one. We got 2 episodes to do back to back. You can't make this up. Blue Moon up in here. Let's see. She can talk about others and lie, but they cannot race. She thinks she is Jesus. Yeah. She said me sometimes against the entire planet. What does that mean? Y'all see the words up there? Let me hold on. Sometimes against the entire world. What does that mean? I don't feel any PR campaign strategy from Erica Kirk against me at all. A woman's not doing anything wrong to me. Candace, you've always been jealous and envious. I told you all 2-3 months ago, I said Candace really does not like Erica Kirk. It's only a matter of time before she just starts digging her nails into Erica Kirk and starts going in after her. And I even said, I don't even know why she's beating around the bush about it. It took 4 months to get to this point, Candace, where you're still a demon and you're showing us how evil you are. But what you are not is Jesus. You're not God. You're not queen of this planet. You run nothing here. For you to sit here and to say that there's some campaign against the entire world, no, it's not. No one feels offense about Erica Kirk except you and your dumb cult members. And that's because y'all choose to. You can't even pinpoint how. That girl has done nothing wrong personally to any of you people. They act as if she pays their mortgage. It's funny how she doesn't. And yet they worship Candace at her feet and the ground she walks on as if Candace pays their mortgage. And they're the ones giving Candace their mortgage money. You know, you just can't make these things up. So meanwhile, they give Candace Owens their mortgage money, but then they treat Erica Kirk like she pays theirs. Erica Kirk isn't doing anything against the entire world. It's just so far-fetched and stupid. But Candace doesn't care how words mean anything. Like, you know, she just says words. It's not like it's in a cohesive statement or anything. She's not proving a point. She's throwing out trigger words out there. Let me just, speak cult right now and tell my cult base that she's making this PR strategy against the world. Like she speaks on everybody's behalf. How many of you all think that Candace Owens speaks for you? 1 in the chat if Candace Owens speaks for you. 2 in the chat if Candace Owens does not speak for you. 3 in the chat if you're saying, Lady Luck Club, why the hell are you asking us this question even though you queen of YouTube? Why the hell are you asking us this question, Lady Luck? We understand you the queen of YouTube, but come on. Don't be asking us this crazy question. You know Candace Owens does not speak for me. And we understand you're the queen of YouTube. I want to thank all of you all for allowing me to be queen of YouTube. Candace Owens does not speak for me. Child boo. 222. 3 in the chat if you said Lady Luck Club. That's a dumb question. Come on, don't do that. I don't see no 3s. I must be doing good. Candace Owens does not speak for us. Get your ass off of our planet, heifer. You can't make this up.
Just to recap why this is now suddenly important, no one's picking on her. We have confirmed for a fact that she lied. She lied to my face, actually, regarding the Superman neck. She blamed that on Andrew Colvett, said that he went rogue, that Dr. Lee Trotter also went rogue, violated HIPAA, that they hopped on the phone and did this.
Nobody said that the doctors violated HIPAA. You said that, Candace. And guess what? Candace violated HIPAA. She was sent a screenshot of a check-in of the EMR from a hospital staff with Charlie Kirk's personal identifiable information on it. When you looked at that document, you knew that there was no confusion that it was Charlie Kirk. It had his name and date of birth, along with the department that was treating him, and then some other identifiers that's specific to that system. I know what it is. I don't even want to go through it because I don't want to give out more information than necessary. And Candace just posted it up unlawfully, never getting consent from Erica Kirk. This is how she disrespects Erica Kirk, though. Candace, your disrespectful ass refused to even get consent from Erica Kirk to post that up. She would have told you don't do that, by the way. Like anyone else would have told you. We didn't need to see that. So Candace goes out and accuses everybody else of the things that she does. She violated HIPAA. She failed to get consent from Erica Kirk before posting up that information. I don't care if it was just a check-in. It came from an EMR from a hospital that was sent by a hospital staff who did not get consent from the spouse. Whether you like Erica Kirk or not is irrelevant to federal law. Candace, you will find out the hard way on April 28th, 26th, 28th at 10 a.m. I think it's April 28th. How laws work and they don't bend to your will. You'll find out. You can't make this stuff up. So while she's busy accusing someone of violating HIPAA, that's exactly what Candace did. And Erica, if you do plan on suing this heifer, make sure you put that in your lawsuit. You can reference my video. I don't mind. I showed it at least twice. I couldn't believe it. And that hospital staff, where they at? They should be fired. But Candace won't tell us who the hospital staff is so we can make sure that they suffer some penalty. They violated federal law. And if they did that with Charlie Kirk, don't you think they'll do it with any other patient? It's not just making sure that she suffers a consequence for her actions with Charlie Kirk information. No. This hospital staff does that crap all the time. That's why she felt so easy about sending it over to Candace Owens, knowing that Candace Owens was going to post it up. Where the hospital staff messed up is she doesn't think that anyone knows she did it. That's the problem. I can say it's a female. Candace, don't you think I know more than I say I do? That heifer should have been fired too. You can't make this up. And when you have people working in hospitals just giving out medical information left and right without consent like that, they're violating HIPAA. They're the covered entity. And Candace is aiding in all of that illegal behavior. And she won't even take accountability for that because she's a coward. The hell are you talking about, girl? Ain't nobody violated HIPAA but you.
Without her consent or knowledge, then on top of that, Andrew then sends out a tweet. I told you, confirmed to you, the doctor did not violate HIPAA. It was actually a three-way call. And the statement pertaining to Superman neck came from her. Andrew Colvett, in that regard, was doing Erica's bidding. He was taking a figurative bullet for her. She did not misspeak there. There's no way to look around it. She lied. She lied right to my face when she said that. She knew that HIPAA, he didn't violate HIPAA. She lied on a doctor, a surgeon, and she knew that she was on that call. So let's just say that clearly. We've also now confirmed that she was at the Hamptons retreat, the now infamous Hamptons retreat. She was present when Bibi Netanyahu called. And that bothers me because I was out here catching a lot of heat for telling the truth. Now, we have two different versions of that story. Andrew Colvett said that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. I have since confirmed what Andrew Colvett said with two people that are not related to Andrew Colvett at all. Erica, despite being at that dinner and confirming that she was there, does not remember that part. She says that there was not an offer that was made and that Bibi was calling about the letter that Charlie wrote him back in May. Andrew confirmed to me that Charlie described that summit as like an intervention was being staged over Israel. So I find that to be interesting. Again, with everything that we now know, my assumption was she didn't wade into things, didn't wade into the water, and didn't say anything about the debate that was happening because she was so overwhelmed and kind of catching her breath as the new CEO and chairman. I think now I have a different perspective on that. I'm not sure why she didn't come out and say, if she was capable of doing calls and sitting down and doing meetings, come out and say, like, yes, this Hampton Summit did happen. Yes, Bibi did call, and try to work through with Andrew why they have different memories of whether or not he called to fund things to the next level. We have also confirmed that Erica and Andrew are working together on that Fort Watch Tuca PR response.
Oh, shout out to, let's see, Kyla? Is it Kayla? Keela? I don't want to mispronounce your name, honey. Let me know if I'm on target with it. I want to say Kayla McDonald for the $5 super question. All of the Zoom calls that Candace Owens is showing, wouldn't that be deemed stolen workplace items and illegal for her to show? If, and I'm sure they have a policy. They don't they make people sign NDAs over there? I'm sure they have something where, for employees, where you're not to record and release media information without consent. I'm not quite sure what. And here's the thing: these Zoom calls that she's putting out here aren't showing us anything bad. The average person that's not in her dumb coat, we're not hearing something where she's like incriminating herself or someone else, or insinuating she aided in a crime or anything. So it's like they just put this out to try to paint this narrative, but of course, they didn't get Erica Kirk's permission. And if you're using workplace equipment, that might be a little different. It's not like you're out in public. You're either in that facility that is owned by TPUSA, because people think, well, if you're in the public, you have the right to record. It's a one-party consent state. Yeah, in public, in a public space. When you're at work, you don't want to go to work bragging about how you recorded Zoom call meetings, because see, you're using that employer's equipment, that laptop, their phone, whatever. There's some confidentiality agreement you do have to sign in general, where you don't release information about the company or the business operations. That includes meetings. You don't record phone calls without permission of the other employees and staff on the call, because now you're talking about these things occurring within, this particular business. So Erica Kirk could penalize the person that leaked the call and either write them up or fire them. If it becomes damaging and defamatory, that's a lawsuit. See, what they're doing is giving Erica Kirk more evidence. So, to your question, yes, there's a lot wrong with this. This is not a situation where they're out at the park or, just on the main streets or something, and something happens, somebody just pulls out the phone and start recording. This is a matter where you're recording a private meeting within a company, an internal meeting, communication that's going on, probably on that employer's device, on that employer's internet, on their system, without any consent or permission from any of the people on that call. So, if nothing else, Erica Kirk could seek, some level of damages because of that. And is being done with the intent to defame her. This is why I said, Erica Kirk, you're going to have to get a handle on that stuff, girl. I know you're listening, Erica. I know you got a lot going on, but you're going to have to get a handle on these people at your job, at your company. Ask them, where's their loyalty lie? Is it with doing the right thing, or is it with Candace? Because they can just go work for Candace. I don't know why Candace just won't hire these people. Candace, I thought you was making a lot of money over there. You and George. Where's the boys club at? Isn't he worth $244 million? Why don't you hire these people? You got these people leaking you information inside of TPUSA, and for what? Stop obsessing over TPUSA. Get a life, Candace. If these people are so good, why don't you hire them? But stop forcing these people to have to leak you stuff, and then they have no idea of the law, and they don't know how this can backfire on them. I can guarantee you these people are not attorneys. They didn't go to law school, so they have no idea what they're doing. This stuff can backfire bigly. I mean, bigly. Then Candace will be walking around big mad because now she's being named in more lawsuits with other people because they keep leaking all these Zoom calls. This is going on inside of an organization, inside of this company. The regular public doesn't need to know all this stuff going on. Like, this is crazy. If it's got to be leaked out, it was never meant for the public to see in the first place. But it's not like, how you have the right to record if you're out in the public view, in the public, where there's no expectation of privacy. When you go to work inside of a building, inside of their company, there is some level of privacy you do expect. There is some level of confidentiality you expect to have between employer and employee. And those are things just naturally we sign when we decide to take a position and start working for any organization. You do expect certain things to remain confidential. This is so crazy. So Candace, yes, again, is going to get somebody fired and sued. Candace, I hope Erica Kirk sues the crap out of you, you dumb alien. All that alien juice just gets drained out of your body. You can keep the yeast infection. No one wants that. You can't make this up. I hope that answered your question. I think there's some liability that they would have to this because they're not outside in the park or anything like that. They're inside of the actual. Is my understanding they're inside of the company, or they might be on the company's device. They're on the company's time. They're on the clock. So it's the company's resources that they're using. If they're working remote, I'm sure they're, given a laptop. If not, at least they probably get reimbursed for certain expenses. So they're still on the company's time. So the rules of engagement about recording, it changes a little bit when it comes to, what type of confidentiality agreement do you have with your employer? Arbitration methods, like what do you all have in place? Those things have to be evaluated and considered. But no, it's not as straightforward as, oh, we met up at McDonald's and I just decided to record because we were out in the public spectrum. Like, no. You're working for your employer and you decide to record a Zoom call and then you leak it over to Candace Owens. And for what? For her to try to use it to defame someone. Intentionally. See, there lies the intent, Candace. Something you can't escape. You're being malicious as well. You're intentionally being malicious. Even with the truth given to you repeatedly, you still choose to have a reckless disregard of the truth. There's your malice intent, Erica. And Candace knows that you need to meet that burden. Candace, it won't be hard. You're just an idiot. You can't make this out. So hopefully she sues them because this is getting out of control. Now they can't even have a meeting at work. That's what this gives. Hey, Carol says Candace has definitely gone to the dark side. I'm praying she turns back to Jesus. She is dangerous. Yeah, honey. C-Star, what's going on, honey? She is very suspicious. She sounded like she was trying to get Frank to make a mistake. Oh, she's just using anything she can to call Erica Kirk a liar now. Whoever Frankie is. No. Mira says, I think she has. HM Hug says, and using them to do it. Yep. Candace is using you all over there at TPUSA to get information. You're welcome. Is it Kyla? Kayla? Please let me know if I'm saying your name right now. I want to make sure I nail it. HM Hug says, when does she have time for her kids? You know what? Let me tell you something. Candace just, when she got through urinating out the yeast infection babies, all she decided to do is just kind of hand them over to the nanny. I highly doubt George has them either. Seems like they only really have the kids when it's time for a photo op. Because Candace only cares about PR strategy. That's how ridiculous this is. This is why she's sitting here putting out that nonsense on Erica Kirk. So I was a PR strategy against the world, really. Everything's not about a PR campaign. Sometimes, Candace, you need to learn how to just leave people alone and read the room. If she has a video titled Read the Room, that's more confirmation she watches my show. Candace, you can kiss my ass. Can't make this up. Read the room, Candace. Leave those people over at TPUSA alone. You are obsessed with them. You're stalking them at this point. You're stalking them. I don't think any of those people will be giving you information voluntarily if they knew they can lose their jobs and get sued for violating confidentiality agreements. You can't make this up. The employer has the right to set boundaries when it comes to information released from their company. And this stuff that they're releasing to you, there's nothing incriminating about it. So why are you putting this out? And to the employees over there at TPUSA, keep being dumb enough to sit here and fall for Candace Owens if you want to. Don't start all that crying if you get named as a co-defendant. Suck it up. This stuff is not worth you being sued over. And Candace is not going to pay your attorney's fees. She's not going to raise any money for you all. She didn't need to raise money anyway. She's got $244 million. She don't give a damn about none of you people. She only cares about herself. Recognize a narcissist when you see it. Candace does not care about anybody at TPUSA at all, not a little bit. She didn't even care about Charlie Kirk. They had unfriended each other. What the hell are you helping her do other than lose a lawsuit? Don't put your jobs and yourselves in that predicament to kiss Candace Owens' ass, and for what? For this nonsense? Why is it worth it? You get nothing out of it. You don't even get recognition. So don't cry when you get named as a co-defendant. It is what it is. You brought this on yourself. If you're grown enough to send over these Zoom calls to Candace of all people, be adult enough to take that lawsuit like a champion. And that termination. They should fire your ass. This is ridiculous. Candace, leave them folks alone. Stop obsessing over them. Leave them alone. You will never be CEO. We will really deport your ass before you think you're going to go up in there and be CEO. Get the hell on somewhere and kick rocks. Leave them alone. Anything else to talk about? Find something. I thought she was America first. Can't make this up. Candace, you're pathetic.
We got the craziest tax I've ever endured. Alex Jones, quite entertainingly, he's coming for me my whole life, everything. But that PR response was confirmed that she was a part of that through this obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical, rather than going directly to me after we sat down. That, to me, seems like a pretty a strong violation of a well-meaning conversation that I had with her for 4 hours. And I should also mention that was the same.
Shout out to Paramount Tactical. Gary's like, you know what? You can kiss the back of my boot. Candace, it's not a violation. No one owes you anything. I'm the queen of YouTube, and I'm not even saying half that crap you talking about. Don't nobody care how you feel. Find something else to talk about. Leave these people at TPUSA alone. Erica Kirk doesn't owe you a damn thing. She owes you nothing. That's why Candace listens to me, because she knows I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing. I'm not your cult member. The hell is wrong with you, heifer? Can't make this out.
YouTuber, despite also going into Mitch's entire past, Mitch knows past. But after calling for a ceasefire and saying, let us sit down and talk, they welcomed Paramount Tactical onto Turk's podcast. I was to debunk me. I had no idea it was happening. Yep. And then that's, I think, was the beginning of when it clicked to me, seeing that him being caught live, Andrew Colbert live messaging something from Erica after she told me that they were disappointed in Andrew, that he wasn't going to be involved.
They don't owe you nothing, girl. It's called trolling. They could have just been playing around with you the whole time. Just so you can look as dumb as you are now. What do they owe you? They owe you nothing. You don't pay their mortgage. Erica Kirk, please let me know if she's ever paid your bills, because she sure acts like she owns you. Can't make this up. Erica Kirk said, no, I'm a whole grown woman. I got 2 kids. We're moving forward. I don't know what she talking about. Yeah, it's okay, Lady Luck Club. She gonna get sued. Don't worry, we got it. Candace, they're gonna sue the hell out of you. Can't make
in
this up.
PR anymore. That's when I realized that I was being lied to, that she was making moves behind the scenes. And the answer that we will likely never get, to add one more point here, is whether Andrew was lying, or Erica was confused. And I would like to say that I don't believe Andrew was lying. I believe Andrew was telling me the truth when he said that when he stepped off of the plane in Provo on September 10th, he basically collapsed into Erica's arms, crying on the tarmac because he had all this pent up emotion, had this big plane. Everyone was messaging him about Charlie asking for his status. He didn't know what was going on. And the impression that I got was that Andrew was on that plane alone. But then we were later told that Andrew was accompanied by his wife. But Erica, during our face-to-face meeting, had no recollection of his wife stepping off of the plane. When I asked, I said, was he with his wife? She was
Who cares? That's a moot point. It's a moot point. Candace, this is why you're bad at this. You're bad at this. It's moot. Because what you're not considering is her being in grief. If she just lost her husband, everything becomes muddy. If Erica Kirk was to sit down with an investigator and be interrogated, I can guarantee you they have the ability. It's like a Reed method, right? They factor in whether or not you've been through something traumatic. If you're going through grief, you've lost someone. When they're asking you questions, they factor that into their method. They factor that in when it comes down to what they expect to see and hear as far as responses is concerned. Your reactions to certain questions asked. Are you showing empathy? Are you upset? Are you grieving or mourning? They look at all of that. And I know she's talked to investigators. Candace Owens is not one of them. So Erica Kirk owes you nothing. You have no power, Candace Owens. None. All you can do is run your mouth on your podcast that's failing. It's bad when Trump doesn't even want to talk to you, girl. Or Kanye West, for that matter. When did he ever try to reach out to her and have a conversation with her since he apologized to a Jewish rabbi? And here she is talking about, yeah, and I are still friends. We're always going to be friends forever. He's got a yay, and Candace has got a Candace. Because she's a coward. Like, Erica Kirk owes you nothing. So if the investigators are good with whatever responses she gave them, you're going to have to kick rocks and get the hell over it. You're drowning out the story. It's like she's prolonging the story to keep her cult members engaged. It's the only way she's going to get 2 million views. That's what this is all about at this point. Because you can look at her other videos she's done about something else. She's not bringing in the views like she would normally bring in if she's bashing Erica Kirk and TPUSA. Her cult wants blood. They're out for blood. They're savages. I'm saying it. You're savages. You're out for blood. That's why they go and attack someone simply because she put up a photo. That's why they go out and cyber harass. It's a cybercrime, committing cyber crimes. They go out doxing and bullying, defaming people. That's why they do that. They cyber stalk. Those are cyber crimes. And they get mad when they get reported or get sued. Like anyone should give a damn. You can't make this up. She's sitting here acting as if Erica Kirk was supposed to remember detail for detail. Candace, you're the only alien in the room. The rest of us human beings, you're not going to tell us how we should feel if somebody's grieving the loss of their spouse. It will affect your memory and what you think you've seen and heard and observed. Even smells and things that can stimulate the senses are going to be off and skewed. But since you don't read anything and you're not educated in that, it goes over her head. Sometimes people can grieve so hard that it literally causes them to it affects their smell and their taste buds. I'm gonna look up the actual medical term for that. But they end up, it's like osnosmia or something like that, where they can't smell and taste certain things because that grief, the trauma, the stress, it takes a toll on the human body. So it affects your memory, it affects your appetite, it affects your ability to, smell and taste and to remember. It affects all of that. But she doesn't care because she's an alien. You can't make this up. Child, what's going on, Diane? How you doing, honey? Y'all, this girl is something else. Sonny Massey got justice. Thank you, Jesus. I know, right? Candace feeling left out again. Yeah. Heather says Candace is so narcissistic. She doesn't realize she is self-snitching. Exactly. Yeah, Candace, keep telling her yourself. Yeah, this helpful right here. Come on, you dumb alien.
Unable to answer that question as to whether or not Andrew flew in with his wife to Provo. How is that
Who cares?
possible? Is Andrew lying about that? Or is Erica
He
misremembering?
just wants to call Erica Kirk.
What we know thereafter is that when they arrived at the hospital, after waiting for an hour.
Oh, God, Candace, you don't need a reason to just call her lie. Just say she's a liar and keep living.
If Andrew is to be believed, then she waited for an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's flight to land. They arrived at the hospital and went in through separate entrances. Andrew went through the front main entrance where there were other TPUSA staff there, people that were there on that day. And Erica went in through a back or side entrance. These are the facts, okay? If they disturb you,
irrelevant facts,
then you should know that you are not alone.
Irrelevant.
The world obviously melted down yesterday when we played the corporate-wide call hosted by Erica to Turning Point employees following the memorial event. The overwhelming consensus, the human response to that is that you feel disturbed when you listen to it, spiritually disturbed by the emotion of it, the happiness.
I feel disturbed.
Speaking about merchandise being sold, hats being sold. Again, this is not a sales call. This is the entire team on the phone. This new corporate-wide call that I'm going to share with you today took place.
Who said that was a sales call? She's giving them updates on what's going on financially because they still have to focus on the business and revenue. It's a business meeting, Candace. Read the room, you idiot. It's a business meeting. They're going to talk about the business and operations of the company. They're at work. Business still has to occur. The hell is wrong with you? You getting mad at them for having a business meeting? Oh no. Oh no. No. You kidding me? This is ridiculous, y'all. This dumb girl. Lord. This is what happens when morons become cult leaders. And then, reading is not their strong point at all. Assimilating to how humanity acts when it's grieving. No, she doesn't have a soul. Why should anyone expect Candace to understand human emotions? She doesn't have a soul. Y'all look into these dark eyes again. I want y'all to look at this freeze frame. It's epic. This is the demonic alien that crash landed on our planet that refuses to leave. She's forcing herself upon us. Stop forcing yourself on us, Candace. We don't care. I'm just here to laugh at you and clown you out. I enjoy that. Since you want to sit here and try to torture Erica Kirk, a grieving widow has got 2 kids. She got 2 babies to take care of. She got time to be studying you. Yeah, I'm going to go in for you. And I'll do this for free. But you're gonna still have to pay me that $7,000 because your cult members won't shut the hell up about it. Can't make this up. Y'all, this demonic alien has no soul at all. No feelings, no emotions behind those eyes. Just evil. A dark, sinister, evil presence. That's all you see here. Just dark, evil, and sinister. Candace, I didn't know that the devil needed your help to kill, steal, and to destroy. But apparently he does. It would be best if you go to his realm and get out of ours. Can't make this up. Enjoy hell, girl.
Even earlier, so that you can go back into your time machines. It took place just 5.5 days after Charlie was pronounced dead. 5.5 days later. The date is September 16th. This is when Turning Point USA employees are told that Erica is going to be replacing Charlie as the CEO and chairman. The public is going to be informed a day later on September 17th in a public letter signed off by Doug DeGroot. He's on the board. And I should be clear that when Doug DeGroot, going back and looking at the announcements, he makes it very biblical, which is a common theme here. Everything is it's about, this is what God has ordained. Here is the letter. Just going to read the top here. It reads in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, yet we also know that God has prepared us with everything that we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members of Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests. And now it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. Okay. So I want you to remember that. It's like going, I don't even remember that letter at all. So that's why I'm showing it to you. It's King Solomon, and it's, this is what God wants. Okay. Now, this decision, like I said, published on the 17th, was actually voted upon earlier. I know because Andrew Colvett told me before the public.
Candace knows nothing about King Solomon. I just want to remind you all of that. She does not read the Bible. That girl can't quote a scripture to save her life. You can't make this stuff up. And yet she walks around talking about Christ as king. As a mockery, by the way. Candace, get the hell off our planet. Can't make this up. I have to refresh stream y'all right quick, you all, because I'm getting a delay. Y'all sit tight 1 second for me, okay? All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I needed to do this because I'm not even able to, like, it's pausing and delaying and all this stuff on my end. Okay, can y'all hear me? Let's get back to it.
Public knew that the board had selected Erica within about 72 hours of Charlie's death. I was crying on the phone with him, already concerned by his bloody Mike. And Andrew reassured me that the decision had already been made and that it was Erica that was going to take over. And in my aggrieved state, I said, okay, great, amazing. Thank God. I'm so happy to hear that. So I'm so happy that none of these people who literally hated him are going to try to sit in his chair.
Who said, where did she get that from? She's just coming up with stuff. These people who hated him. Candace, wasn't it you? Dave Rubin said, went to his home, had chicken parmesan, and talked for over an hour about how you hated Charlie Kirk. You know, she projects often. That's what gets you effed up, Candace. You walk around projecting all the things that you feel upon everyone else. All the things that you do wrong, you try to project that into others. You sat down at Dave Rubin's house, had chicken parmesan that looked absolutely delicious. It looked good. And talked for over an hour about how you hated Charlie Kirk. I want you all to continue to reiterate that. Wherever you go, remind Candace that she went to Dave Rubin's house and talked for over an hour about how she hated Charlie Kirk. Don't let up on that. Remind her of that. Flood her comment section with it. Get in her ass about it. Because the hypocrisy is staggering. Candace doesn't care about being hypocritical. She's a narcissistic demon alien with recurrent yeast infections. She doesn't care about being hypocritical at all. I highly doubt she could spell and define the word. Malingering, all these terms that she, is the exact epitome of, she won't even read and look them up. But that's what the hypocrisy does. It's saying I'm going to call the kettle black while I'm black myself, and then get mad and mock it for being black. Candace sat around and dogged him out and talked about how she hated him for over an hour. And I wish Dave Rubin would have said this earlier. It took too damn long. But he finally put it out there and he said, just ask her how was the chicken parm. And she didn't deny it. That's what's so crazy. Did y'all notice that? Candace never denied it. She can lie, but she never denied it. Child. He got a new... Why does she talk about George being accused of essay a man? Exactly, Mama Sage. Candace never speaks on that. People have to continue to flood it. I wish the young man would be willing, because I actually reached out to him on X and asked him if he would be willing to come on the LLC and do an interview. And he was just kind of like, it's been a minute, and he doesn't want to keep rehashing it and nothing happens. And I can understand that frustration. Now, a lot of victims go through that, when they speak out about things and then it's like people don't believe them, or even if people believe them, then what is the end result? But I did invite him to come over to the LLC to do an interview with him, to talk to him about it, to get that information out there, to keep it, recycled on YouTube so that it doesn't die down, because George does need to answer to that. You have someone making this allegation and you won't even deny it. You won't even speak to it. Candace, same thing. You've been alleged of having dogged out Charlie Kirk for over an hour, talking about how you hate him over chicken parm, and yet you don't deny it. Now, if she denied it, please tell me what she did. Like, it's so crazy. She doesn't deny any of that. Philo says, honestly, it's like her podcast set is a shrine to Candace Owens with a cameo nod to Christianity. It's a lot to take in visually, and yeah, it screams egocentric curation. Yeah, you all notice that big crown thing in the back? I pointed that out before, and I was like, what is that? Like, it was odd to me. It's like, why does she have that back there? But she won't hang up her diploma or her degrees. You would think someone that claims to have a degree in journalism and English would actually hang their degrees on the wall. That way people can see that she actually did read a book once upon a time. She won't even do that. Just like her failing to deny that she talked about hating Charlie Kirk for over an hour, or Dave Rubin. She won't even show proof of her 2 degrees. This is the stuff that people expect her to do. If you're going to sit here and say that you're supposed to be taken seriously and be credible, you won't show your degrees, but you won't deny very straightforward allegations about you, talking about you to hate Charlie Kirk for over an hour over dinner. And then, yes, this background, I said that, when I pointed out that kind of that cross thing back there, I said, this is so odd. It's just odd. And she talks about paganism. It's like, this. Child, don't get me started on Catholicism and the many paganistic references they have in it. Child, it's so crazy. Or her kids' pictures, exactly. Which y'all let me know which video, and we'll play it after this one. We'll do a little break and play the both sides before we go to the next episode. How about that? So let me know which episode, or email me the link. One of you guys email me the links for the videos on both sides, and we will check it out. We sure will. I laugh to avoid tears because it's bittersweet for us. Diane said, form of brainwashing, subliminal messages. Yep. Philo says, nope, she has her face smack being hanging in the center of the laptop. Basically, it screams, it is all about me. I am in the center. Exactly. She's a narcissist, y'all. Candace is a dumb alien narcissist. It's crazy. Sam says, "Hey Sam, how you doing, honey?" He's implicating Trump. Thanks. I'll watch Bronson's video. Mama Say says she isn't homeschooling her kids. She's on the internet too much. Exactly. When does that happen? She talking about I'll homeschool my kids during the day. When? Because she's either doing, interviews or makeup photo shoot or something. And then she goes straight to her pre-recorded shows because this is pre-recorded, y'all. Pre-scripted, pre-recorded. She's not talking off the cuff here. She doesn't know how to do that. She's not competent enough to do that. Her limited vocabulary will not allow her to do that. Right now, she's literally speaking in circles. How many times have we heard her go down this rundown? How many times have we heard her make these same statements? She's out of content. And she's not smart enough to just read a story and report on it. Go be boots on the ground. Candace, take your ass to Minnesota and see what the hell is going on out there. Like anything that is remotely close to journalism, she refuses to do it. What she's doing is just being redundant. It's repetitive. And then putting up photos of people accidentally, allegedly, that are not even the person she's referring to. Now you're subjecting them to all that dumb cyber harassment from your dumb cult. You can't make this stuff up. And they're not even school age. I know, right? It's called being a parent. Y'all know Candace ain't no parent. She's an alien. Parenting is not a concept they grasp. Like her and Satan more in cahoots and spending time with each other than her spending time with her own kids nowadays. You can't make this up. Candace, you can kick rocks. No one cares how you feel about that. You're a horrible parent.
Now, in hindsight, practically speaking, this means that within a space of about 72 hours, someone approached Erica and thought that the right thing to ask or say was, hey, I know you're going through a lot right now, but is it okay if we put your name up for the position of CEO? And can we put that to a board vote today? Are you willing and able to take over as the chairman and the CEO in Charlie's stead? To which Erica had to have replied, yes, she had to give her consent for that to go up for a board vote.
Yeah, she just hates the fact that Erica Kirk was his wife, and naturally that will go to her, especially if it's in a living will and testament, to which Candace is not privy to at all to read. Candace, no matter how hard you want to be Erica Kirk, you will never be her. Leave the girl alone. She could care less about you walking this earth until she sues you. That'll be the only time you'll become of significance to her. When she's ready to take your ass to court. In the meantime, you could walk into oblivion, and I don't think that girl will bat one eyelash. You can't make this up. Y'all seen those interviews where they ask about Candace and Erica Kirk shoots this look and she's like, that bitch. I just had to say that one time.
That's just a fact that had to take place, how it happened, exactly when it was said. Somebody felt that was appropriate to say that. Now, my first 72 hours was a little bit different. On my end, when Mitchell, my PR agent, sent me a very kind message about the infinite press requests that we had been receiving, people seeking a statement from me regarding how I felt about Charlie's public assassination, I wanted to physically assault him. He did nothing wrong. He actually did his job with the utmost professionalism and care. And still, I kind of wanted to kick Mitchell. I'm sorry, Mitchell. That's how I felt at that time. Because everything just felt so intrusive. Like to even think about the world going on felt wrong.
Candace, why are you so damn violent? This is why you were charged with harassment it was when she was in high school. Now you see why she got that charge? Now it's making sense. You dumb alien. You go and kick somebody if you want to. I hope they whoop your ass. Still off on you. What the hell is wrong with you? You can't just walk around here talking about you want to stab and cut people, see if they bleed alien blood. And I just wanted to kick him. And I hope he knock your ass out. You know what? No, not him. Because I don't believe in that. I hope he calls his sister or whatever female around. He can call me. And I just come out there and just out of you and just keep going. With a belt. When I say whoop her ass, I mean beat her ass with a belt. Candace, you need your ass beat. You don't just get to put your hands on people and kick people, you clown. And your cousin won't be able to save you. Yeah, we got some of that. Take care of that real quick. Come in my neighborhood if you want to. You can't make this up. He goes, I just wanted to kick him. Yeah, hopefully his sister would have been nearby so she can come back and pimp slap you. You can't make this up. Keep your hands and your feet to yourself. What are you, 12 years old? Y'all, now y'all see why the harassment charges was valid. Don't you want to see him be a bully? And then when it comes down to her actually confronting someone in person, then she chickens out and becomes a coward. Girl, they're going to beat the crap out of you. You better go on somewhere and sit your ass down.
I didn't think anything of her appointment at that time other than what I stated publicly, which was that Turning Point USA should have waited and instead appointed an interim CEO to allow Erica the time that she needed to grieve rather than her having to deal with everyone questioning her moves as a CEO. But I also contended with myself, I will say. I also thought, well, maybe they rushed the decision because it was symbolic and they felt it was necessary, that it was sort of honorific, meaning she wasn't really going to do anything at that time, but they wanted to announce that this is the direction that it's going, which would be fair, like just wanting the announcement to mean something. And on her end, I thought maybe Erica said yes because she wanted to hold on to some sense of continuity. Like, this is still going to go on. We're going to get everything going. And that still could be true, by the way. That could have been what drove her decision. But of course, looking in retrospect, it is stunning to me that Erica chose not to bring a single member of her actual family with her to Utah. Something that I just sort of missed at the time. Just Turning Point family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother, father, sister.
Erica Kirk's mother has a disabilitating disease. She has an ailment. Does she not? I don't need to know the specifics of it. Just confirm it in the chat. Doesn't she have an illness? Wasn't she with her mother the day Charlie Kirk was shot at the hospital for a doctor's appointment? Candace, you are an evil demon. And we all know you have no soul. But you're pure evil. She was with her mother at a doctor's appointment at the hospital the day Charlie Kirk was shot. She helps to take care of her mother. Leave them alone, for F's sake. Leave them alone. You think her mom wants to deal with this BS from you, you dumb alien? Yo, you can't make this up. She has an illness. This is the last thing that Erica Kirk's mother wants to have to endure or encounter. You know, Candace Owens is saying things about you on YouTube. Hopefully Erica Kirk's mother looks at that person and says, you know, here, Candace Owens can kiss my ass. I'll say it for you, Miss Erica Kirk's mother. Candace, you can kiss all of our ass. On behalf of the planet and all of humanity except your dumb coat, kiss our ass. This is absolutely outrageous. This woman has an illness. She has an illness. See, this is why people don't feel sympathy towards Candace about anything. Why should we? She always wants to project like she's this strong person and got it together. Hit her ass with a lawsuit and see what happens. You think she lying? Let's see how that goes when they go to court. Don't start crying when she gets sued. No, let that play out in court. Then you can find out who's lying and who's telling the truth when they put them on the oath. Problem solved. Cult members want to sit here and keep her from going and get sued. Why? That's where they need to go. This is crazy. Erica's mother was in the hospital the day Charlie was shot. Exactly. That can be confirmed. It's called cameras in the hospital. It's called medical records, I'm sure, that Erica Kirk has. That can be proven. So if Erica Kirk hopefully sues the hell out of Candace Owens, guess what she's going to bring with her to court? evidence. She's going to be able to provide evidence that she went to the hospital. It was captured on surveillance cameras because there's cameras around the hospital. Maybe to check in and check out documents. She'll be able to provide evidence that she was at the hospital at an appointment with her mother. It's not hard to pull concrete evidence on that. So why stop that from going to court, Candace? You want your cult members to believe what the hell you say, right? That means you should welcome that lawsuit from Erica Kirk. That way, you can get that discovery. Isn't that what you want? Now, whatever statements you make under the penalty of perjury under oath, you will have to tell the truth. So will Erica Kirk. Isn't that what you want? You want the truth from her. Why be scared to go to court? What? This is why I don't argue with the cult members. No, let them go and take it to court. That way they both get put under oath, and then they both have to tell the truth. Let's see who comes out on top. Even these dumb cult members know that Candace Owens is a liar. That's why they don't want her to go to court. They don't want her to testify because they know she's going to lie. Let it go to court. Can't make this up. The mother's fighting an illness. You're projecting and they're lying. No, she wasn't. Erica is also CIA. You're a joke. You're stupid. But let it go to court. That way, Erica Kirk can bring evidence. Chris Stewart. She can bring evidence. See, I told you, you come to my chat at your own peril. Let it go to court. You should be encouraging Erica Kirk to sue Candace Owens, your cult leader. Then they can go to court and be placed under oath. And they have to testify to where they were that day. So you should be good with Erica Kirk suing Candace Owens. That way they can go to court. They can have a hearing. They can have a jury trial and everything. Be placed under oath. That's a win-win for me. Yep. Erica, you need to go ahead and sue Candace. So that way you can shut all of her dumb cult members up and her as well. All at the same time. Do a deposition. That'll really do it. You can't make this stuff up. Why go back and forth with cult members? For what? Nope. Put them under oath. Let's see what happens. Took out the names, which I didn't mean. I had it earlier. S5, what's going on, honey? Yeah, and it actually makes sense. The killer was still at large, so keeping everyone together was probably for security reasons. Exactly. They couldn't find him right away. Y'all know they arrested the wrong person initially. Right? It was an older man. He ended up being charged with obstruction, but he was not the person that actually pulled the trigger. So they had a manhunt. They used drones. I watched part of that drone footage trying to find Tyler Robertson. So it is standard procedure to try to have something in place to where they don't have the killer apprehended. He's out on the loose. There's a manhunt for him. So the hospital is going to have security measures put down in place that they're going to activate. And I'm sure TPUSA has security measures to make sure that this killer is not out trying to find the rest of the family to finish it off. But see, the candy-ass cult members don't comprehend, concepts like that because they're simpletons. Don't comprehend security measures to ensure that a crazy lunatic who's already shot someone on national television doesn't go after the wife and children, after other family members. What if he had a laundry list of other people he wanted to go after? And here he is out here roaming free, eating dinner at Dairy Queen. So there are measures that have to be put in place to ensure, and I can say for the hospital because I worked in hospitals and in healthcare. If we don't know who the person is that did it, and we get somebody to come in with gunshot wound, especially if it ends up being fatal, we're locking that down. Because we don't want that person coming up in the hospital and then they taking out their anger on everybody else and they just start shooting up people in the hospital. Let's say if it's not fatal, the person's still in ICU somewhere and they're struggling. We don't want them to be able to just walk in and finish it off. They may not come in with a gun, but they might grab one of them syringes. Try to stab somebody in the neck. That happens. use whatever tools they see around the hospital bed. So it's certain things that must be done in situations like this. And you're talking about a high-profile patient. Well, when you don't read to understand those security measures and to understand the protocols that these hospitals have to try to keep the patient safe, to try to keep the family safe. Yeah, they're going to speak out the side of their neck because they're ignorant. I don't expect Candace cult members to understand complex concepts. You know, I don't. They can't barely get past 4 + 4. But Candace knows that Erica Kirk's mother has an illness and that she was with her mother at a doctor's appointment. And it's not hard to prove you were at a hospital with cameras everywhere. You know, that one thing that they keep forgetting exists, cameras. It's not hard to prove that. Can't make this stuff up. But if you want to sit here and question it, go to court. Go to court, put them both under oath, and then you get the truth from that. Candace can do a deposition. Erica Kirk can do a deposition. And go from there. And then you let the jury decide. That way, these dumb cult members can at least learn something. You know, words with more than 3 letters. There's no point arguing with him. None. I don't do it. I refuse to do it. I'm not losing brain cells over them. It's crazy. And she's sitting here talking about, oh, she refused to be around family. She was with her mother.
Sure, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital, which is to be expected. But Erica, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom. Okay, we were told that she was sick.
This is crazy.
Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerned herself with
her mother.
Turning Point raising money, who filmed Charlie in the Casket. It is Stacey Sheridan who traveled with Erica. She's the one who was holding Erica.
Yes, that happens. When you lose someone, you usually have someone that's assigned to you or someone, a close friend, typically, because you got other family grieving. So you'll have a close friend that can be your aid. They tend to your needs. They make sure you have what you need. They make sure you have food and all these things. They're with you at the repast, at the funeral, at the wake. What is she talking about? Has she ever lost a relative? Do aliens die, Candace? How does that go when an alien dies? When you and your kind pass away, what happens? Maybe they just turn back into feather dust or something and they just kind of poof out. Who knows? Like I said, she has no soul. When you lose someone, you get someone that's like an aid. And they're with you through the whole process. They can be given to you, assigned to you by the church or by the funeral home. Or you just handpick someone that, you know, or a closest friend might just volunteer. Anything you need, let me know. I'll be your aid. I had that when my grandmother passed away. I had like an aide. I had someone, my aunt was like my aide for me. She drove me to the wake, to the funeral, to the at the repast, took me home, made sure I was good, called on me, checked on me. That's how that goes. What are you talking about? She's playing the role of the mother. What do you mean? If the mother is grieving just as hard over her son-in-law being deceased, I mean, I don't know. Why is it so bad for her to have a separate person as an aide to comfort her, to help her during that time? So her mother can grieve. And her mother has an illness. Are we doing this? Candace, you're a demon.
holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off of Air Force Two. That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording. Not her mother, not her dad, not Erica's sister.
No, that's not normal. They're all grieving.
That's somebody that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my now totally.
What the fuck is wrong? She acts like people are supposed to be her. Candace, Erica Kirk is not you. You are not her. You will never be. Perhaps that is someone that's close to her. That could be her closest friend. Why do you care? Why are you making this an issue? She lost her husband. This woman decided to be her closest aide. And since you don't know how this stuff goes, because when aliens die, they just poof away, you will never understand. Stop trying to force us to assimilate to your dumb alien culture.
Rational perspective looking backward. But it was Stacey Sheridan, who I have told her since day one. I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion, that there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1. It's my experience with her. But this person was somehow crucial to coming and being beside Erica at all moments. Car rides, everything. If you go back and look, it is Stacey. You would think Stacey Sheridan was Erica's mother. You can even check out this clip, which is that her in the car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment.
Candace, you dumb alien. So what? There's nothing incriminating about this. You know, if this stuff were to be played in a court of law, they would be like, who gave us these videos? Why did Candace Owens send us this? She's wasting our time. That's exactly what they would say. I call her cult members candy asses. It was from Laura. One of my fantastic mods. She came up with it. I thought it was funny and I took it and ran with it. Like, we got to come up with a nickname for the cult members. So candy asses is what we came up with. She came up with it and I said, oh, that's good. We got to go with that. So shout out to Laura. Yeah, where is Laura? Laura, are you here? Shout out to Laura. My fantastic mod up in here. Y'all have the best mods on YouTube. Never let anybody tell you all anything any differently. I appreciate you all to the utmost. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, that's why I call the cult members candy asses. It is what it is.
Me,
it could be worse.
I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side. Husband, my cousin.
Everybody don't react the way
Eric
you do. You
alien.
alien.
Gifts and donations. I find that to be very strange, and I've checked with people at the hospital.
Care.
No family was there.
The dog out, Charlie.
Now let's get back to September 16th, though, because I like to focus on that date. Because with Stacey in earshot, Erica is going to address the company for the first time. That's not a small task, by the way. Okay, she is, as you will see, at the office. She doesn't have full hair and makeup on, which, of course, I think I welcome that as a good thing. I don't expect her to be at the office, but I'm happy that she's not in full hair and makeup, because this is 5.5 days after her husband was pronounced dead. This is before we've had his funeral, anything. And I'm going to let you decide. And I'm going to tell you that the employees that chose to record this and the employees that are still there and upset with the manner in which people were fired are saying that they feel like it was like a cult. Like they knew something was off. They felt like they were being manipulated, that they were only given Erica as this symbol of, you guys need to work harder, right? As though Charlie's wife was being used to convince employees that it is now a mandate handed to them by God to work harder, to sacrifice themselves, to work longer days, because this is their new family. Like this word, I've always been struck by this, describing the employees like a family, to drive them to work like.
Stop. From the episode yesterday, I didn't get anything out of that where you all need to work harder like they some slaves or something. Candace, I know where you're going with this. No one is enslaving them. And if those employees who seem to have a very good boss don't like it there. Why don't they quit and get the hell on? Tell them to get a new job. Candace, why don't you hire them? How about that? Why don't you offer them some employment? A chance to earn a living. Not on fundraising either. Don't go raising GoFundMes and stuff. No, hire them and put them on your payroll. That's exactly what should happen. Y'all remember Brexit? You know, the dumb company that Candace Owens started and then drove down into the ground by $1.72 million. That TPUSA then took over and renamed. Y'all remember that? Yeah, that is the epitome of Candace Owens' ability to run a business. Where she spent stupid money on security details. Stupid money on something connected to Parlor Inc. An LLC connected to Parlor Inc. that George Farmer is the CEO of. Optimized Consulting LLC, $553,000 in 1 year on that. And this is another social media fundraising platform. That's all they do. That's what it was described as in the tax documents. A social media fundraising. That is the legacy of Candace Owens. Brexit being ran into the ground by a negative $1.72 million and TPUSA bailing them out by acquiring that BS and renaming it. And not one time has Candace Owens ever said, thank you. They could have put her ass under investigation and did an audit. Figure out why this money is going to these weird ass LLCs connecting to her husband. Candace, we can go there if you want. I mean, I've already gone over some of the information. We can continue to make connections if you want. She has other LLCs as well, several of them registered in the state of Delaware. While the registered agents are also listed on these other LLCs that Candace Owens hired under Brexit. You see how this, I can make it connect. I don't have to force it. It will connect because the documentation will connect it. Follow the money. That's how it's done. Candace, you are nowhere near saint when it comes to you mismanaging funds. It's disgusting that she's sitting here forcing someone to believe that Erica Kirk has to behave the way she thinks Erica Kirk should behave. You don't control Erica Kirk. You don't control her emotions or her feelings. You have no power in that woman's household. You don't pay her bills. You don't have to take care of her kids. She owes you nothing. Not one thing. You don't get to control her. You, your dumb cult members, do not get to control Erica Kirk or TPUSA. And if those employees feel like it's just so horrible and they feel like they're just being enslaved now, why don't they just quit already? Why haven't they left? Why are they still working there? That's not the only company in the state of Arizona. Why don't they just go work somewhere else where they'll be happy? It's that simple. If these employees that were allegedly terminated under some sort of, precarious or unusual method, why didn't they file a complaint? Why didn't they file a lawsuit? I highly doubt they will be able to come up with a complaint that will be viable to send over to court. It will probably get dismissed because it would be that stupid. Why didn't they become whistleblowers? What exactly occurred that was unethical, illegal, or immoral? They just didn't like something. It's not enough for court. That's the difference. These dumbass cult members don't realize court doesn't care about how you feel. It's about what you can prove. So what do their feelings have to do with anything when it comes to a matter of ethics or law or morality? She's not once said, oh, we have evidence to show that they did something illegal. Not one time. CC said somebody else said 40, but I haven't seen them out waving their arms. Wyoming Gal says we only know of one employee that was fired. Exactly. Who are these other employees? And why were they fired? If it was done unethically or immorally or illegally, why aren't they suing? Why didn't they file an EEO complaint? You know, it's a whole federal agency that handles that stuff. Not one thing out here. I haven't seen or heard one thing that points to TPUSA firing someone and they did it unethically. They did it illegally. They violated laws. They violated constitutional rights. I haven't seen any of this. Yeah, it's so crazy. Lisa says, look, great women put on a brave, strong face for the public. I would bet Erica's mom raised her this way. Erica has class and good raising. Exactly. Francisca said, have you been to the other version at Tripper Mosaic? Diane said, yes, EEOC. Exactly. They can file an EEO complaint if they really felt that something regarding their termination was illegal. Go file an EEO complaint. Why are you crying about this to Candace Owens, who still can't do anything for you? Make that make sense. Candace, you can't do a damn thing but run your mouth on YouTube. But if they don't take action the appropriate way, then what the hell are they talking about? I told you, Candace, I'm not giving you a moment to breathe. You dumb alien. So since she doesn't understand how human affairs works or human emotions or having a soul, yeah, I have no quarrels with calling her an idiot or a moron or stupid or evil or dumb or an alien every chance I get, because this is ridiculous. Either these people have a real complaint and they should go to the Department of EEO, or they can kick rocks. What do they want? This is ridiculous.
Forces only to then fire them after a $250 million is raised is wild. Okay. Like I said, at least she is not dressed in hair and makeup. She is at the office. I would say the bad news is that once again, Erica is going to stop herself from using the word happy in the context of Charlie and how he must be feeling in heaven. I'm going to let this play out for 5 minutes straight, and there is no context needed other than this is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the turning point you were saying, like, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after whatever day that was that I did the thing on TV, how many days are still rounded Friday. I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in the quiet moments of the night, but he's here and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think that job's in jeopardy because your family, if you want.
You tell me what has been said that was wrong so far. Candace, you are deplorable, detestable, you're disgusting. You're a dumb demon from hell. Do you understand? You're the worst of your species on planet Ewok. If you see this woman's face, I can't imagine why you would take delight in playing this video. And the employee that sent it to you can kiss my ass as well. Why are you sending Candace this video, knowing she's going to use it to twist it up? She's sitting here crying about making sure other people have job security. What the F are you mad about? What was so bad about this so far? You know what pisses me off? The fact that Erica Kirk seems like a really good boss. Something that we all wish we had in the workforce. I wish there were more Erica Kirks like this in the workforce out here in these other companies. And you got people out there that are truly working hard as hell. I literally did a full 24 hours. I was on call for 12 hours until 8:30 this morning. From yesterday at 8:30 p.m. after having worked the whole day, starting at 7:30 that morning, yesterday morning. I was up for well over 24 hours straight. And to see a boss and CEO crying to ensure that people don't feel like they don't have job security, telling them if you need time off to grieve, you always have PTO that you can take. We're not going to deny it for that. You got counselors, you got pastors you can talk to. It's like she's playing this as if Erica Kirk is incriminating herself. So where's the crime? Show me where the crime is. Where is the crime? All this proves is Candace is a terrible person and making fun of a grieving widow. Exactly. What is the crime being committed here? So far from what I've heard, Erica Kirk is showing us that she has a heart and a soul, and she cares about her company. She cares about it carrying on because she knows that Charlie Kirk was the face. He was the moneymaker. He was the CEO. He built it. She knows that. She knows she's not him. And she knows if you just have a little bit of common sense, if the founder and CEO passes away, you're automatically going to get questions about the stability of the company. Because if the company is built on this charismatic CEO and leader who's now no longer here, many people were fans of TPUSA because of Charlie Kirk, not because of TPUSA overall. So now with him being gone, of course, there are going to be questions about, are people going to withdraw their sponsors and donations because of him? Because people could stop donating because he's no longer there. He's no longer here with us. And they were only supporting because of him. And that's to be expected. Hence why she's concerned about the health of the company and people not feeling as if they don't have job security. If you truly want people to be employed and to work and not lose their jobs because you understand they have families and you're empathetic to their plight, as a CEO, you might get upset about that. What's the crime being committed? Yeah, let me know what a crime is so we can go ahead and send this over to the court. Can't make this stuff up. This is what they want to sit here and talk about. Canadian chick says, first Candace said Erica showed no emotion. Now she says Erica is too emotional to run TPUSA. Candace is a delulu. Exactly. Candace is a dumb demon. You alien of an Ewok. Leave this girl alone. Leave her alone. You are obsessed over Erica Kirk, Candace. You are obsessed over TPUSA. You are obsessed. You and your sycophant, sadistic cult members are obsessed with TPUSA and Erica Kirk. And none of you idiots over there in Candace's camp are sending donations to sponsors or anything. You're not helping the company run financially. You don't pay Erica Kirk's bills. Why do you care at this point? You didn't care about Charlie Kirk. You're just feeding into the nonsense that Candace is feeding you all. Most of these people could care less about TPUSA staying alive. That is the majority of Candace's fan base now. People who never cared about TPUSA, they want it to fall. If you don't like it, just leave it alone. Don't sit here and wish for their demise. Leave them alone. Stop obsessing and stalking them. It's stupid. Leave them alone. I've never seen nothing like this in all my life. A whole grown woman that claims to have a husband and 4 kids. Birthed by a yeast infection. Is sitting here obsessing over another woman in her company. Doesn't Candace have her own? Here's the funny part. When she just saying last month, put me on your payroll for your PR, the cult didn't even budge on that. It's like they didn't even hear her say that multiple times. To the candy ass cult members, your cult leader wanted TPUSA to put her on their payroll. And you supposed to hate TPUSA? But y'all cowards didn't say anything about that. Y'all didn't call her out on that at all. Imagine that. Woe is me for thinking that cult members are supposed to have a spine. Can't make this up. George is letting this happen. George, I wish we could just deport your ass right now. Can't make this up.
If you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, things there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo, and I think that's the best thing to do. Everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you. Like Charlie would be. I think Charlie's just. I'm trying not to say that he would be. He's obviously celebrating in heaven, amongst so many things, but he's so proud of all of you, and he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. And he knows that you can do it. That's why you're hired. And he knows that you will be able to carry the torch. And he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. Mornings are pretty raw too. But once just what I've noticed these past several days is if I didn't have the family, the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and we have our family, it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family. And just rely and lean on each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other is huge because all of you were together prior to this and we'll be together after this. And everything, and I told Justin, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper and the mission will grow deeper. But I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards. We will be vigilant. We will be humble. And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well that this whole world knows what his vision was and will be. And it's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
No, Candace, before you say a damn word, oh man, I'm gonna say this. Erica Kirk looks like she had been crying all night, all day. She still got 2 kids under the age of 5, I think. Can you imagine how hard it is to tell them that your daddy is never coming back home? I want y'all to think about that for a second. A 3-year-old runs in your room. Mommy, mommy, where's daddy? Where's daddy? And you just found out that your husband was shot on national television. And you're so distraught. You don't know what to do. Your mind is racing. And you get these little babies come in and they're just innocent. They have no idea what's going on. All they know is the routine that they grew up in. And they come running to you. Mommy, mommy, where's daddy? What do you tell that child? What do you look at these eyes in this little baby and tell her? How old is this little girl? And then you got the baby toddler, the baby boy running behind her because he's going to follow behind the sister. What do you tell these babies? I want you to imagine looking into the face of these babies. What are you going to tell them? What do you tell them? These babies are running in. Where's daddy? Where's daddy? Mommy, mommy, where's daddy? Is he coming home? When is he coming home? What do you tell these babies? What do you say to them? Imagine these kids are standing right in front of you right now. What are you going to say? See, Candace will never have to tell her kids. At least for right now, she's not telling them your dad's never coming home. And she's got 4. Erica's got 2. You got this 3-4-year-old little girl asking you, is daddy on the way? I miss my daddy. I haven't seen him in so long. Can we call him? Can we talk to him? Is he coming back? And you're trying to muster up the words to tell this little baby something that she can understand as to why her father is never physically coming back home. What do you say to her? You cannot make this up. And here Candace Owens is. Here Candace Owens is playing this video, trying to make a mockery of it. She could care less about that little girl standing in front of her. Where's my daddy? When is he coming back home? Is he behind you? Can we call daddy? Can we FaceTime him? Is he going to take me out on a walk? Daddy promised to take us to the beach. Are we still going to McDonald's? That's all that 3-4-year-old knows. She just knows what her dad told her. She understands the routine and the schedule when he comes home. What do you say to this child? Candace, you're a soulless demon. Because you will look at that child and say, your dad's dead, and walk off. Because you don't care. You would not have the empathy to put in words to explain to that 4-year-old little girl what happened to her father, why she will not be able to physically see him again, and to keep from emotionally scarring her to death. Candace will have this child standing there having to get therapy and counseling when she's done. That is how evil Candace is. You can't make this up. And she's trying to paint this photo, paint this narrative that Erica Kirk shouldn't be grieving in a certain way because I think it's weird. No one cares Candace Owens. We don't care. We do care about that 4-year-old that's still asking, when is my daddy coming home? How am I going to be able to talk to him if I can't see him? Now probably asking, Mommy, can we go by and see Daddy at the gravestone? This is all this 4-year-old can comprehend. Because, see, being a parent is a delicate balancing act. You want to tell your kids the truth, but you don't want them to be scarred. You don't want them to have to go to counseling because of something you said. You don't want to be insensitive. You think Candace cares about that? Candace, you're a demon. You are a demon. You and your dumb coat. You sat around and watched this video and tried to pick it apart, but you didn't think about those kids. You didn't think about her still being a mother. There's nothing incriminating about this at all. No prosecutor would ever agree with anything about Candace saying this is suspicious or weird. As a matter of fact, they would laugh at Candace and hang up the phone in her face. You can't make this up. This is so disgusting. Candace, you are a demon. You're evil. And it's on us to call evil when we see it. Call it out. Never seen anything like this in all my life. Who does this? And the employee that recorded it, shame on you. If you don't like working for TPUSA, quit. You have a good boss. And you're allowing an idiot like Candace Owens, who will never hire you, by the way, or pay your bills, to try to sway your opinion about something. But you know what? Prove me wrong. Call Candace and ask her to give you a job, since you're so miserable at TPUSA, apparently. All these little goofy heads that are sitting here sending over recorded calls and Zoom calls as if they can't be sued for it to Candace Owens. Why don't y'all call Candace and tell her to give you a job? Give you a month's payment in advance so you can pay your bills and stuff. Go ahead. I dare you. Call Candace Owens and ask her to give you a job and ask her to hire you. Let's see how that goes. If you're so miserable there, don't work there. It's that simple. Call out evil when you see it. This is disgusting. Clearly, Erica Kirk is grieving, hurting, upset. Oh, can you imagine having to have a conversation with these babies? I'm a mother. All I'm seeing here is a mother grieving and having to explain to two toddlers, one of which doesn't even fully grasp what's happening. The oldest one does. She understands enough to keep asking, where's my daddy? And you got to tell her what's happened. Candace does not. She does not have to have this conversation with her 4 kids. George comes home. He might be in a damn closet, but he is at home. The lack of humanity in this is egregious. Egregious. I had to get that out. Because sometimes we just can't watch these things as an independent journalist, report on this stuff, give commentary, and just completely detach emotions from it. You can't do that 24/7. How do you distinguish between what's ethical and moral if you completely remove emotions out of the equation? I have to be emotional about everything, but when it comes to stuff like this, and you got kids involved in this, you have to be. Candace is like a soulless miscreant roaming our earth. Get off of our planet, you dumb alien. Ugh. Let me calm down. I had to get that out. And I'm not apologizing for it. This is absolutely insane. Erica Kirk looks like she's distraught. She looked like she was distraught. You can see it was written all over her face. And now she's got the weight of this company on her shoulders. Now she's got to be concerned with other people's livelihoods and their jobs, financial security, and stability of a company. They're a nonprofit organization. The majority of their revenue comes in through sponsors and donors. That's what keeps it flowing. They have TP endowments to invest, to use that ROI to help also keep the company healthy financially and to keep it functioning. And then you got Wolves and Finance's dumbass sitting here trying to attack that, when that is the exact reason why an endowment exists, to invest and then to use the ROI to help cover expenses for TPUSA. That is what it was designed to do. And since Candace is a non-reader of books and checked out at the 6th grade, she knows nothing. It's madness. All this stuff is happening at once. The same day Erica Kirk took over as CEO, she also took over as president of the board for TP Endowments and the Super PAC, the 501c4. You can't have those positions without someone sitting in those roles, because they have to make day-to-day decisions. They have to make decisions on a month-end basis when it comes to the budgets, to financial decisions being made, making sure that the money that comes in is invested properly, then the ROI that comes in is sent back over to TPUSA. Those decisions have to be made sometimes daily. You need someone in that position. It's never a good time when you've lost your husband. But you see someone still trying to do the right thing and carry the company and grieve the loss of her husband, who so happened to be the CEO, all at the same time, as well as the father of her 2 kids. How much more do you think she should have to bear? How much more do you think she should have to put up with? And she has a mother that has an illness on top of all of that. Why does anyone think that she should have to bear more than that? Isn't that not enough? Candace, you're evil and you're vile. You're vile. You're disgusting. You're obsessed. Leave her alone. We get it. You hate Erica Kirk. You hate TPUSA. Leave them alone. Just leave them alone. Find you something else to do, or someone to do, whatever. But get you some business about yourself. It's damn near torturing. And if Erica Kirk went to court, after suing the crap out of you, Candace, and said this woman is torturing me, she would be justified. Because, see, guess what the court would hear? Everything that I just said coming straight out of Erica Kirk's mouth. All her raw emotions and feelings. The judge would have a lot more sympathy and pity for Erica Kirk over Candace Owens any given day of the week. Guaranteed. It's absolutely insane that she's doing this. Now we got to see what this dumb demon has got to say about this. Come on, you bride of Chucky.
Blessed and honored. That is crazy work as adjectives. I don't know. That's crazy work. That is like I could blessed and honored to be the CEO at promise these kids that if they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right? When she says, it's so important that your jobs are good. Like I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me.
No.
And then you attack.
No, that's not what that is, you idiot. And no jury panel would agree with you at all. Not one. It's exactly what she said. I don't want you all to feel as if you don't have job security. Because it's about job security. She wants people to know that their jobs are safe. She wasn't always the CEO. Why would that be the message now? Candace, you're the only narcissistic, demonic alien in the room. You're the only psychopath here. See, just because you make everything about you doesn't mean that that's how everyone else operates. And since you have not assimilated to humanity well, I don't know anyone else on this level of narcissism of where you are, next to the most diabolical cult leaders out there. Aside from them, no. There's no one. I don't even think that Umar's on this level. He's horrible. That Oompa Loompa's got it coming. He's got a whole class action lawsuit against him. But Candace, you're evil and vile with it. You're acting like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And you're breaking hell wide open. Because you're scorned because Charlie Kirk didn't pick you. She just wanted them to be assured that they have job security. The average reasonable person would infer that on a jury panel if they had to see this video in a court of law. Because there, Candace, you will be insignificant. The judge will not give two craps about what you think or how you feel. Hearing this video and hearing how insensitive you are, how you lack a soul and lack empathy, how you lack compassion. Erica Kirk, you need to sue her. Sue her. And be done with it. This should be your last straw. This video right here should be the last straw that Erica Kirk needs to go ahead and file a formal complaint. This is it. Because it's going to get worse after this, Erica Kirk, if you don't. This dumb demon will not stop stalking and obsessing over you in TPUSA if you do not sue her. And I can guarantee you the judge will be on your side, Erica Kirk.
That to what we showed you of a young woman who, like I said, on everything, she never leaked anything. She never spoke to me, nothing, gets fired. And for asking a simple question, like literally, why am I fired? We've been working like 25 hours, just get out. There's security there. That's it. We're moving in a different direction. That is not okay. Okay. You're not allowed to say everybody grieves differently, so I don't have to answer any questions about that. And guys, we're going to bring in, I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting. But I do want to let you know that we are having some buffering issues. We still have major blackouts in Nashville. So we're doing our best here. If you have some connectivity issues, just know that that's the reason why. Here's the beginning of that call.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never like Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and
so that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said,
that means nothing.
That
means nothing. You play this in front of a jury, they're gonna be like, okay, what is the purpose of this? Candace, that might not even be admitted into court as evidence in anything because it proves nothing. It would be objected to by Erica's attorney because it's so stupid what you're trying to fish out of this. It's so dumb. It wouldn't fly in court. See, Candace doesn't care about the court of law. She only wants the court of public opinion. She only cares about PR. But in the court of law, when Erica Kirk sues the crap out of you, this will mean nothing. Oh, she was smiling and she just went into this opening intro of a meeting. Yeah, that happens. So what? Where's the criminality in this? None. Got it.
It's definitely something. It feels to me a bit like the psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding, right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most people go through in their entire lives. You sign up for a company. Charlie Kirk is the leader of that company. You sign up, majority of these people, to work for this organization because they believe in Charlie Kirk. They believe in what he is doing on college campuses. And then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your loyalty using all sorts of tactics, but essentially what they're creating here is an emotional dependence, right? We are a family. We have lived through this. This is a family. And that very well may not have been Erica's intent, but hearing her sound like she's about to cry when she discusses specifically them keeping their jobs, not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their employment, we do not have to imagine if she meant that sincerely, because she didn't. She did not mean that sincerely. After working them all like horses, wrapping them in this way, she's going to fire a boatload of them without cause or even conversation. That's actually traumatic. See it from the employee's viewpoint. For those of you wondering, they just must feel like they just got punched in the face. You had to watch him die. Then you get brought in on this emotional, we're a family, I never would do this. And it's like, get out. Don't let the door hit you on the way back. Yeah, we raised $250 million. You're not even going to get a bonus. Now we're going to keep letting this play out because you are going to hear her actually be the first person to say an expression that has been used a lot. She's going to remind people that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead at the hospital. Take a listen.
And we will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But I just want you guys to stay in prayer. And if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. and pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently. So if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. Weddings and funerals bring out the weirdest side in people. Just anyone who's been married knows that. And so don't read into that. Just love on each other. And if there's anything or anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that there's a bigger mission at hand. And again, you guys are all very loved, and I feel very honored, and I'm grateful for all of you. So I just wanted to take some time to hop on and share with you my condolences. I wish I could help all of you. But again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office on today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what he would. It's the mission. He doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, I mean, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build. And so that's what we'll do. We'll have a sword in one hand, and we'll have a hammer in the other. We're just going to build. Okay? I love you all. Deep breaths. Usha, I just want to share this with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac, I said, I don't know how to get through this. And she said, you know, when you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids will really relate to this. Others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing and the kids are going crazy and you have 15 minutes left on the plane and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane lands. And Usha said, you're going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes. And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit, stop, take those 15 minutes, and you'll be okay. We're all going to be okay. I love you guys. Have a great meeting. Is there anything else that you need? It's good. You guys are loved. Love this little film on the birds. It's so cute. So sweet. God bless you all.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to share that with you because I fully side with the employees, what they have lived through, everything that's happened, to have them admit that they work 20-hour days, to see how they were manipulated into doing that, and then having the carpet pulled under their feet and told goodbye. And God forbid you want to speak out about what you've lived through, then you're somehow like, it's a cult. That's a cult, to be clear. That's just a cult. You're with us or you're against us. And these people were not against them. They were loyal employees.
She thinks it's a cult because someone was terminated and she still can't give context as to the reason why. There could have been a deeper reason as to why that employee was terminated. There could have been another reason. They don't have to disclose any information about any employee, whether it be a current or former employee, at all. They don't have to do it. If she's got to go out of her way to try to tank TPUSA, once again, why even be bothered with them? Why do you care? Leave them alone. You don't like them. You hate them. Leave them alone. Stop stalking them. Stop obsessing over them. This is not even healthy. It's not healthy at all. And it just shows how much more evil Candace Owens truly is. You're siding with an employee to which none of us have any real reason or has any justification been provided as to why this young lady was actually terminated. What if they discovered that she was the one out here stealing some money and some candy bars or something? Step to step. I don't care how you put it. Once again, Candace, why don't you go and hire that young lady? Why don't you go offer her some employment? Here's what logic and wisdom says. If Candace Owens truly cares about these employees that were terminated in her world and in her evil mind so heinously and so sinister like, why doesn't she just hire them? Why doesn't she create jobs for them? She has $244 million damn dollars. Give them a job. Candace, stop being all about problems and no resolutions. Hire them. Give them employment. Y'all flood Candace's videos and say, why don't you hire these people that you're sitting here allegedly trying to defend and side with all day? If that's how you feel about it, why don't you create positions for them under Candace Owens LLC and hire them? Give them jobs to do. Why don't you try to buy out Blexit again, restart that up, and then you can hire them under Blexit. Create paths for them to have employment since you're so concerned. It's not like she's creating GoFundMes or anything for these people. Candace, have you given them money to help them pay their rent until they find a new job? Since you're so concerned. What are the solutions that Candace is offering right now? None. She's just running her mouth. Why don't she give them a job? I don't do whataboutisms. Tell Candace to give them a job. Tell Candace to hire them. She wants to dwell on a problem to which she can't even, any other time, she doesn't mind posting up a photo of someone, not caring if they get cyber harassed or cyber bullied or doxxed, and it ends up being the wrong person. She'll post that photo up, just doxing flat out. But in this situation, she can't give more context as to why this young lady was terminated. So you know she was fired, but you can't tell us really why. Okay, well, fine. Give her a job. Hire her. Create a position for her in your company, Candace. Bring her over to your podcast and let her come work for you. I think that's a very simple solution. Give these people jobs. Give them employment. Pay them. Help them make their bills. Help them take care of their families. Help them out, Candace. You running your mouth on YouTube does nothing. Why don't you give them a job? You got the money to pay all these people. Go ahead. Bring them in. All those who were fired from TPUSA, go to Candace Owens and say, will you hire us? You know, she's sitting here, I guess, calling herself advocating for something. I don't do whataboutisms. Tell Candace Owens, tell your cult leader to hire them. Tell her to create jobs for them. You can't make this up. Mitch got $250,000 for lying like hell. But Candace won't create jobs for people who she's claiming were wrongfully terminated from TPUSA. Why doesn't she just give them a job? There's a solution. Why dwell on a dumbass problem that don't even exist? Just create a solution. You know what? I'm going to hire these people. I'm going to give them jobs. I'm going to make sure they get their bills paid. Why doesn't she do that? Where the cult members at with that? Tell her to hire them. She can do the right thing and hire them. Give them a good salary with benefits. Make sure they get medical, dental, vision. Get PTO, bereavement time, because apparently, you think they should have that. Fine. Give that to them, Candace. You have the ability to hire these people. And you won't even do that. The hell you whining about? You can't make this up.
Okay. They were loyal employees, and they said that they felt like they were being emotionally manipulated, had just worked even beyond the 20-hour days they're working during the week. They were then asked to come in on the weekend to pack t-shirts because it's what Charlie would want. And I kept picking up on that beyond these calls. I kept saying, why does it feel like they're using the ghost of Charlie to sort of guilt people into doing things? Like, well, this is what Charlie would want. He'd want your money. This is what Charlie would want. He would want your kid's college fund. This is what Charlie would want. He wants grandma's will. This is what Charlie's dancing. He's dancing in heaven. He is, I don't want to say the word happy. Maybe he's not happy. He just got assassinated. Maybe he's not happy that he's never going to see his children again or put them to bed. But he is dancing unhappily or something. What? Like, like I said, full side with the employees. I do believe with all of the new information that I'm getting, and it is a lot, that she's been orchestrating this entire PR campaign from the back and pretending that Andrew Colvett was problematic. Maybe some credit to Andrew Colvett for being enough of a gentleman to absorb all of that, to allow people to think that it was just him acting rogue when it wasn't. It factually was not. We were lied to. And I don't know what the purpose is of that lie. That's what troubles me. What is the purpose of that lie? And by the way, just going back to that end of the timeline that we have put together, it's actually stunning to consider that when they opted to have the three-way call with the doctor, okay, when they hurried and called the surgeon, because I did an episode and I was like, hey, something's really weird that you guys should know is that, the bull didn't go through. There was no blood in the back of Charlie. And then Erica and Andrew got on the phone with the surgeon. That was on the day of Charlie's actual funeral mass. Like, that was a priority for them to have something to issue as a statement onto X to try to explain away why a 30-06 didn't go through. Like, that doesn't seem like the proper day for that, but that's when it happened. That's when it factually, that phone call took place. We know because Andrew said just got off the phone with the surgeon. So we don't have to imagine when that was. The day after my episode, there's no blood. What do you mean the 30-06? Why lie about that? Why are we being lied to? And we're supposed to accept that they have enough money, well, they do, to hire crisis PR people and a bunch of accounts on X to tell us that it's ungodly for us to not just sit there, can't question together the memorial events are being let go for no reason. The COO who's talking to Uber drivers for the tea. Hey, have you heard anything about Turning Point USA? Well, I heard that this Uber driver said that you may have said something. Bring her into the room. She may have critiqued Erica. Not allowed. What is this, guys? It's severe manipulation, and it's not okay. It's not okay at all. And what is guiding that, though? What is guiding the lies? That's what I'm interested in. I don't like when people lie to my face. I really don't like when people lie to my face. And then I don't like when they send me cease and desist because I told the truth. I would say that's like a personal trigger of mine. Anyway, we're going to take a brief break and get into some more
retaliatory. Because she's gotten a cease and desist. The next one is going to be a flat out lawsuit, you dummy. So they're going to sue you into oblivion. I don't get past her infomercials here. And you really going to be mad when they get through dropping that lawsuit on your head. I say go for it. That way, if you think she's lying, then she'll have the opportunity to bring evidence to court and under oath, admit that evidence into the case. And Candace, when they put you on the stand, they're going to ask you every single question they can get out of you. Please lie. I dare you. This is ridiculous. Hold on, let me go back. Because I don't like getting her commercials. I don't care about none of that.
Couple of bags before they're gone. I would say that we exist in a time right now where we recognize that we live in a matrix. Like, we actually live in a matrix.
No,
and that matrix is fully glitching. We don't know where this is going to end. It's sort of like, we know they're lying, they know that they've lost power, but they're still going to create this illusion that they haven't. They're going to keep writing articles, they're going to keep smearing people that are telling the truth, even though it's ineffectual. Like, no, we actually don't care anymore what they're writing, but they're going to tell us who we have to like. They're going to keep pretending that these people are popular and these people. Everything feels fake and day and vicious. It. They're trying to squash it now. And there's no greater example of that than, of course, Daily Wire. Now, the Daily Wire's CEO, one day, Daily Wire is a company in a fair world, probably not one day. And so therefore, probably not in this world. But if we lived in a fair world, it would be taught in psychology courses. Like watching what this company did to itself in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's objectively, as an interest piece, incredible. Like if I'm just a journalist going, this is fascinating, right? Jeremy Boring was the CEO when all that happened, and he kind of went away for, I would say, a year, and now he's back.
That's the thing, Kyla. She says we a lot because she wants her cult members to know that she's speaking for them. She's trying to give this sense of belonging. It's like trauma bonding, like she said. Except they're stuck on stupid. So her and her dumb cult are trauma bonding. Whatever trauma they think they're going through, they're trauma bonding together. She wants people to feel like they belong in her circle. She can have them. Candace, we don't want your cult members. We don't even want you. You can't make this up. But that's what these narcissist cult leaders do. They always speak in this third person, and then it's always plural. It's always we, our, us. Because they want people to feel like you're not alone in thinking the way you think and feeling how you feel according to how I tell you to feel and think. She tells them how to think. She tells them how to feel, and then calls it weird when anyone acts or behaves any way that's different from how she would do it. Not her cult members. Don't forget them. No. If you're not behaving the way the cult leader wants you to behave, it's suspicious and weird. And then she says things like, I think I'm speaking on behalf of the world. No, the hell you not. We don't even want you on our planet, you dumb alien. And if we can find a way to deport George right now, we would. This madness is out of control. But that's the language of cult leaders. You'll find that often with other cult leaders. I always refer to Jim Jones because I think Candace is like the black female version of Jim Jones. And he said the same things. It's the same talking points. Let me attack things I don't like, but try to do it in a way to where I feel like this person has wronged us, not just me. Even though it's solely based on how she feels and what she thinks. Check out a couple documentaries on Jim Jones and then go back and listen to parts of this video and you'll be like, Lady Luck Club was on the money. She sounds just like Jim Jones. She's just a dumber black female version of him. That's not a reverend, I guess, because he was supposed to be a minister. But that's what we're dealing with. So everything is always us, we, and ours, because she's got to have the cult feel like they belong, like they are all sharing this collective anger. Whatever it's pain or whatever else she thinks she's feeling, which is more so gas for her, because she has no soul. She wants the cult to believe that they're going through this together. Whatever this battle is against the enemy, they're doing it together. It's cult talk. And that's exactly what Candace is, a cult leader. For her to call someone else a cult, it's just mind-boggling. But Candace is a cult leader. Full-blown cult leader. And then turns around and gets upset when there's a level of accountability pushed down on her head. Like a lawsuit. We don't care, Candace, that you don't like a cease and desist letter. You don't get to trample upon the rights of others either. On our planet, in our country. You don't like it, get your ass out. Bye. You don't have to live here in the United States of America. She doesn't care about what goes on in the U.S. either. I'm going to tell y'all that right now. She always walks around here talking about America first. She's not America first. She focuses on any and everything going on in any and every other country except the US, unless it's TPUSA, which she is single-handedly trying to tear down and destroy. You can't make this up. Shout out to Linda Walker, who asked a very good question, the same one I've been asking too. Who the hell claiming this girl at this point? I mean, I highly doubt she's gonna go back to saying that she's a liberal or a Democrat. Linda Walker, shout out to you, says, every time I think Candace can't possibly stoop any lower, she does. What political party does Candace now belong to, and how much are they paying her to destroy conservatives? That's a good question. For all the conservatives in the chat, are y'all claiming her? I'm apolitical. I'm the queen of YouTube. I get to be apolitical. I enjoy being neutral. So all the conservatives, are y'all claiming her? What about the any liberals, Democrats? Lady Luck Club is open for all. I don't ostracize anybody because of politics. Who's claiming her other than Lucifer? I guess that's a political platform now. She talks more about the Church of Satan than anything else. Girl, bye, Felicia. Who's claiming her? Y'all claiming her over there, conservatives? Has Candace been officially kicked out the club? Because, yeah, this is getting ridiculous. Who is she making? See, hell no. Ashley said, lunatic. Oh, Miss Face says, I'm a conservative and I can't stand it. Jasmine said, no problems, mods. Still here, just listening and cleaning. Okay, cool beans. Savvy says, and to keep us divided. Sage says, Candace just says where her paymasters want. What political platform? Does she still vote? Did she say she's no longer going to vote? She's telling people not to vote. She's telling people to go AWOL in the military, which is a crime. Like, she tells people to break laws because she has no regard for the rule of law. Candace, you have court April 28th at 10 a.m. Your dumb ass better be there. So the conservatives sound like they're not claiming her. Is any liberals, Democrats here claiming her? Y'all claiming her? That's a good question. Oh my God, y'all. Yeah, anybody, any liberals claiming her? Yeah, the people can't stand her circus act. Yeah, no, Candace, liberals and conservatives alike are united in not claiming your ass. How about that? See, we can't have peace here in the Lady Luck Club. We're all united together. Liberals, conservatives, non-political, Tea Party, whatever you want to claim yourself to be. All of us are united in not claiming Candace Owens. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if you're excited about that. We're all united on not claiming Candace Owens. Candace is the one walking around talking about, I will get paid by Qatar. Oh, okay. Well, why do you get mad if your cult members going out here talking about we're being paid by Israel? If you're willing to be paid by Qatar and you proud of that, then why do you have a problem with anybody being paid by Israel? Kick rocks. You're not giving us the money. Candace, you owe me $7,000. Can't make this up. Yeah, she gets mad at stuff like that. Cult members being mad at you. I see some ones in the chat. Yeah, I'm so happy. Look, peace has been achieved here. Independent. That's what I am, Lily. I'm independent, honey. I'm apolitical. I do my thing here. As the queen of YouTube, I don't have to lean one way or the other. I can be neutral and still not claim Candace Owens. Candace, you can collectively kiss our ass. But once we all stand hand in hand and bend over and tell Candace to kiss. Tell her to kick rocks. Girl, bye, Felicia. Nobody wants to claim Candace Owens. Candace, not even independents want you. They don't want you either. I certainly have already told you where you can go. Exit your ass off of this planet. We don't even want you here physically. Get off of our planet. Now, why you decide to crash land here on Earth and make all of humanity miserable is beyond me. Take your bots with you and your cult members. Bye. Y'all can have a whole commune on that moon that's going around Jupiter right now. Bye. Make sure you have some oxygen masks for your folks. They're going to need them. Can't make this up. Yeah, the claimer. Yeah, but look. Yeah, I don't think they want it either. Candace is a dope. What's going on, Angie? What are you doing, honey? Oh man, the conspiracy theory party would 100% claim that woman. I know. I have to say it. The conspiracy theorists can have. Oh my God, you can't make this up. Hey Steve, keep using the word articulate, champ. Keep using the word articulate. Who? Wait. Okay, maybe she's talking about something in the chat. Let's see here. Anna Kasparian, Jank Yogurt, Tucker, and Megan Kelly claim her. There you go. They are part of her cult. They can all leave the U.S., go start their own country. Between Candace and Tucker Carlson and Megan Kelly, they have enough followers and supporters to be able to start over and buy their own land and make their own nation. They can start their own little country. Take all your followers with you. To the Candace cult members, y'all ready to go move to Belize or Bolivia? Pick a country in South America. Leave the entire continent of North America. Tell your cult leader she can go full-blown Jim Jones. We will not go after you all at all. If you want to go, we will not stop you. Bye. We won't care. Go on. Y'all don't even have to get on the internet out there. Y'all can just, you'll be right there with your cult leader believing everything she says. You have no reason to create a kerfuffle. What she call it? Kerfluffle? To start a kerfluffle against anyone else ever again. You be right out there where you belong with everyone who agrees with everything that she says. No reason for independent thought and minds. None of that. You're in a cult. So the objection is for you to believe everything that your cult leader tells you. Right? You agree with that, be on one accord with her, and that's it. You worship the ground she walks on. You kiss her feet and her boo-boos. Like, that's it. That's your only job on earth, is to worship Candace Owens. So you won't need phones or the internet when you move to South America to your new commune. You know, you can sell them bad boys. I need a new phone myself either way. So, yeah, it's time. I got to get a new phone. So I'm all for it. Just, send me your devices and stuff. We'll take care of it. The Lady Luck Club will take good care of it. And go move out to South America with your cult leader. Then she can teach you all how to create fire and, barbecue chicken, or cattle. What is it? Cattle Valley Ranch. They've sent her enough cow meat. You guys will be able to eat for days. You don't ever have to come back. You don't have to ever worry about anybody arguing with you ever again. Doesn't that sound lovely to the Candy Ass cult members? I think that's a win-win. Sounds very lovely. You never have to have another argument with anyone else. You don't have to disagree with anybody. You'll be right out there with your own people where all of you agree on everything that your cult leader tells you to agree on. I think that's a win-win. They should start their own cult in another country. I'm all for that. Y'all let us know when you're ready to pack. We'll help you pack. We'll help you get the hell out of here. Can't make this up. Y'all, let's get back to this. Come on, you dumb alien.
Never not be back, guys. This man loves the spotlight like you wouldn't believe. We're going to talk about that in a second. But he goes on to a podcast and decides to open up about me, of course, and what I did wrong, saying essentially things were fine until they weren't fine. And I'm just going to let you hear him in context, what I've done here and what he has to say about me. Take a listen.
When Candace worked for you, do you sometimes look back at the decision and think that wasn't a good one when she was working at The Wire?
Yeah, well, I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. At the time, I had misgivings about Candace, but it wasn't a completely cynical decision. I believed that Candace could be a great force for good in the world. I still believe that. Candace is the most talented person I've ever met, not just in conservative media, but in any media. She has it. She has that star quality. You know it the moment that you meet her. Unbelievable charm, unbelievable charisma. The camera absolutely loves her. She has incredibly unique gifts and skills in that area. And when she wields those gifts and skills for good, she's incredibly effective. She was during the BLM movement in America. Some of the content that we made when we first brought Candace on was focused on that topic. And I think she was as good as anybody in the world and made a really positive impact. I've said before, Candace is like nuclear energy. If you harness it properly, she can power a city. If you lose control, she'll flatten the city. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Candace, all those same gifts that she has at various times used for good, she's now using for ill. And there's no one better. The problem is, if what you're pursuing is bad and you're the best at it, you're going to do an incredible amount of damage. And Candace is doing an incredible amount of damage.
So what's amazing about that is he's not even aware of how objectively racist what he just said was. We brought Candace on because she was critiquing Black people. We brought her on because it was nice to have a Black person that was willing to call out Black Lives Matter. And that's largely why I brought her on. That's why we did. And she was doing great. We did the documentary and she talked about Black Lives Matter. Actually, what they wanted was special treatment. I have not shifted my viewpoints on BLM and the fact that it was going to ultimately backfire on Black America like it did, burn down. That Israel was actually flattening cities. Really bad analogy there, Jeremy. When she noticed that actually the Jewish community was acting like the supremacists suddenly, and noticed that they were acting exceptionally. They wanted to be treated exceptionally, and they were coming after speech. That's when I realized that this energy couldn't be harnessed. That's when we realized we had a problem. Oh, it could do great damage. It could fly in a city like Bibi Netanyahu. Man, she was when I could teach behaving correctly, and we're making demands in a similar fashion and coming after people's lives and livelihood. That's when we had to draw the line. Nuclear energy. It's very bad. It's amazing. And then he's going to correlate my show to pornography. Take a listen.
You say people tell you that they listen to Candace. I had a guy tell me recently, he said, what should I say to my wife? She keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, whoa, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who is at war with the widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale. The fact that people can say with a straight face, oh, well, what do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of, it is rhetorical. It does the same thing regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet. And you
about real pornography. You should talk about podcasts. People are getting.
Can you all see? I'm getting some lag. Are you all there? Is it frozen? Put a one in the chat if you can see in here. Sorry about that. I've been trying to literally like refresh in the background. Candace is remedial. Oh man. Can y'all see and hear me? Let me know. Put a one in the chat. Okay, cool. All right, let's get back to it. If we missed anything, let me pull back just a little bit and pull it back a little bit. All right. There is some, yeah, it's definitely some lag going on here.
He said, you know, what should I say to my wife? You know, she keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, well, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who is at war with the widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale. You know, the fact that people can say with a straight face, oh, yeah, well, what do you make of what that is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet. And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
Now I remind you that one of the reasons I got fired is I said we should look into the history of pornography. Don't ask him that question. Don't ask him about real pornography and where it comes from. Don't do that. Don't you dare, because then you would be the kind of nuclear energy that we can't harness correctly. Now, when you talk about pornography, you should talk about real pornography. You should talk about podcasts. People are getting educated and recognizing that there are double standards and that you cannot use emotional arguments like BLM did and like we are seeing Israel do today to go, you can't talk about the facts. George Floyd died and we can't talk about any more facts and this is crazy and we're all sad and we can't even discuss things rationally. Same thing, Israel post-October 7th. He is arguing like a leftist. But the moment where you really recognize that, I had hoped that he checked into treatment, to be honest with you, but he has zero self-awareness, is when Jeremy accuses me of being self-aggrandizing. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Candace Owens is engaged in a as I see it, Candace is engaged in investment. I've asked Candace on 2 separate occasions, what do you actually believe? And on both occasions, she told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people. Now, never mind that that's a completely amoral statement. Never mind that I don't know who the people are in this conversation. Never mind that the people, whoever they are, can obviously be wrong. Candace is actually saying something somewhat profound. She's saying, I will say whatever gets the most reward. She may not even know that that's what she's saying. But she's articulating audience capture as a virtue.
This is incredible for so many reasons. So the first and foremost, that is obviously made up. It's such an obviously made up conversation. Who just comes in and goes, what do you believe? Zero context. And then someone just replies and says, I believe whatever the people believe. Believe regarding what? Are we talking about faith? What are we talking about? The transgender movement? We don't just ask someone. I asked her 3 times. She said, I believe whatever the people believe because I just want clicks, which is why she took this path of going up against Black Lives Matter as a Black person and putting on a Trump hat, because the easy route, that was obviously the easy route to get clicks back in 2016. It's completely ridiculous. But to pretend that I am into myself, I have to just
Candace,
shout this.
You're a narcissist. Of course you're into yourself. What is she talking about? She's literally getting upset because someone else is calling her a narcissist. Candace, I've been calling you that for 3 or 4 months. The hell is wrong with you? You'll sit here and take my X-Men bit or the fact that you're bad at this, because still you're bad at this. You're not a journalist at all. At best, you're illiterate. At worst, you're a demon. But you're certainly bad at this. And now you're upset because someone is saying that you're a narcissist. What the hell? Why Why is she shocked? Did she not know this already? Candace, you've been a narcissist from day one. The moment I heard this idiot say, you can't prove that what I said is not true, and I can't prove that it is not true, I was like, wait, what? And still, Dave Rubin didn't call her idiocy out then. He just sat there and let that conversation flow. She was yelling and screaming at this lady. They were supposed to be having a debate. Candace's idea of debating is just over talking, repeating herself, and yelling and screaming and being loud. You're still wrong and stupid, you airhead. What do we expect from an alien with no brain? You don't get intelligence out of that. Chabu, y'all make sure y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. Because I'm seeing some people saying my mic is going in and out. If it is, please let me know. Honestly, I'm believing it is Candace's video, her dumb video. I'm glad he called her out too. He called her remedial. Girl, you can say tard in here. Child. Y'all him. Look, I can say, I'm gonna trim down on the cussing. I'm gonna try. Okay. No guarantees. Now, if something said where I have to go and go into mama mode like I did earlier, I had to go into mama bear mode because all I could think about these kids going to Erica Kirk talking about why is my daddy not coming home. Child, that's heartbreaking no matter how you put it. Candace, you are a soulless miscreant roaming this earth, our planet, for no reason. You dumb demon. You have no empathy. So her doing this segment, getting mad because someone's calling her a narcissist is absolutely hilarious to me. Candace, you're a cult leader. Of course you're a narcissist. Of course you are. What more else does she expect people? Like, seriously, she expect people to think she's nice? Girl, bye, Felicia. Candace and remedial target. Shout out to Melinda for becoming a new member. Woo! Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate the support. Welcome in. Welcome to the LLC, honey. New member up in here. I love that he called her out. Me too. I love it when anybody call her out. Candace, you should be called out like this 24/7. At this point, and I've always said this, put a 1 in the chat if you recall me saying that if Erica Kirk ever responds, she should respond with an attorney. How many times did I say that? Put a 1 in the chat if you recall me saying that 1,000 times. 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times. I said it at least 1,000,000. Yes, every time I say that, the number's going to go up. At least 1,000,000 times I said, if Erica Kirk responds to this buffoon, she needs to respond with an attorney. Respond with an attorney. Don't respond to her on your own accord. Respond with an attorney. Even when they invited Candace to go out to Phoenix and to face Erica face to face in person, I said she needed to have an attorney right next to her. Put a 1 in the chat if you recall me saying that, because Lady Luck Club knows exactly what she's talking about. See, I was saying that for a reason, y'all. I know what I was talking about. Now look where we are. We got this dumb demon that's sitting here having a complete disregard for the truth, for Erica, for her children, her mother, her family. And it's coming down to where a lawsuit is inevitable. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. There you go. I said if she responds, she needs to respond with an attorney. Do not respond unless you have an attorney. I said it. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you, Melinda. You're awesome. I said it, y'all. I kept saying it. I foresaw this happening because when it comes to people like Candace Owens, I can read her inside and out. First of all, she's an alien with recurrent yeast infections. Yeah, that's about it. Alien juice, no brain, all the usual stuff. But then you have this narcissistic, psychopathic behavior that you expect to see in cult leaders. I've been the main one calling her a cult leader this whole time. I was not afraid to call Candace a cult leader. One of the first ones to go hard in on calling her that. Oh, she is a cult leader. I'm going to call you exactly what you act like. She's a cult leader. And we have been, and we still got to get back on that, watching the rest of Nature Boy, who's another cult leader in that series. We're going into Scientology, that cult. This cult-like behavior, you will see a consistent pattern with it. No matter what it's called, the characteristics of it are still the same. That's why I want you all here in the LOC to be well informed so you can point out that crap when you see it. That's why I want you all to go out and do your research and do reading. And then we come together and we look at content and videos and report on these things so that you guys can have a full understanding of whom you're getting involved with. Being selective in whom you choose to associate yourself with, because it's so easy to become a cult leader on social media. You only get to show people the parts about you you want them to know. Do we see Candace walking around here with her kids everywhere? You barely see George unless he's playing around in the studio making these dumbass videos with the silhouettes and all that nonsense. Like, you barely see him. You barely hear from him. You barely know anything about Candace's relatives, but she doesn't mind doxing everybody else. That's classic cult mentality. Hypocrisy is not something she cares about or understands or comprehends. So her being hypocritical and doxing everyone else while she thinks I can just keep my family members, under wraps though. And then we'll get mad if someone tried to put up photos of her kids. Find out who the hell she is, who her parents are. Who's her family members? Does anybody know anything about her past? Where did she go to school? Why doesn't she show proof of her degrees? Anything about her past, she keeps under wraps. Anything about anybody else, she'll dox and break laws. She doesn't care about hypocrisy. Classic personalities of a cult leader. Candace, you are a narcissistic, psychopathic liar. You should wear that proud. I don't know why you are mad about it. I've been saying it for months. You know you're an alien. You told us that. Why do you get mad at people reiterating the things you've said? You're a cult leader. What do you expect? So keep calling her out. Call her behind out. Call her out. Don't give her a moment's rest.
Out because there are Daily Wire employees. You don't understand what we lived through, you guys, and they need to hear this. And they're just somewhere they're passing away, listening to Jeremy Boring talk about somebody who likes attention. Jeremy Boring is the CEO who woke up every day. Like I'm his biggest regret. So many more regrets that I could toss out of him. I'm going to try a few. Like getting up every day, going into the office and getting your hair and your makeup done to play the role of a CEO. Making talent, people who had shows, wait outside while you close the room, had people wash your hair, do your makeup, and style you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on a clothing rack so you could go sit in the office and take phone calls like a CEO. That probably actually was the honest Jeremy. He's always been an aspiring actor. That's who he wants to be. He wants to be on a stage, and he literally builds stages every time he speaks at the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring is a person that is so obsessed with himself and thinks about nobody else that he put the company into debt. What happened? What's the true story? What happened to the Daily Wire? Jeremy Boring was wanting to live out his boyhood theater kid dreams, right? He flew out virtually the entire company to Hungary to bring a book that he read in middle school to life on a budget that would make HBO blush, paying to transport bulls across the continent of Europe, and in the process, obviously plummeting a once financially healthy company into the ground. I am told last number I heard was $67 million spent on a high school dream. So much money that he had to empty a savings account, borrow money personally from Ben Shapiro to make ends meet. because he couldn't let go of his high school dream. That's not ranking as his number one regret, because that's the true story of what happened to the Daily Wire. Everything else is noise. Actually, the Bulwark podcast, which is no friend of mine, they hate me. They were pretty frank. If you go back and listen and honest about what happened at the Daily Wire, they spent some time investigating it. Take a listen.
Because of the Daily Wire's enormous revenues, they were in their streaming ambitions. Jeremy Boring was able to become, not just like to finance this, but he is the director and the creator of it. This like incredibly ambitious operation. And so like they made these production diaries. And so I watched these videos on YouTube of them filming it. And you look at it and it's like, are they capable of doing this? I mean, we're talking of like 100 extras, like fist fighting in a marsh in Hungary, like the mist is coming in, all like enormous crews. Then they're like, well, we're flying off to Italy.
And this was on the Daily Wire's dime they were doing this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And it's, we're flying to Italy to film with bulls, but they were imported from Spain, so it's all good. Like it's authentic. And you're just like ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And it still hasn't come out.
Well, that might explain some of this departure agreement where you're spending millions on a bizarre project set in Roman era, but filmed in Hungary involving bulls.
That's actually what happened, and it caused Jeremy Boring to have a mental break, and we all just had to be subjected to it as people that are working up at Daily Wire. And you would think that after taking a hiatus, she would come back and realizing this failed. Nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted anything to do with it because, like always, he casts himself in every Jeremy Boring's razor, Jeremy Boring's hair products, Jeremy Boring's high school project, Jeremy Boring all the time. Build a stage because I want to fire Candace. You would think, but after taking a year to reflect, he would come back and say, "That's my biggest mistake. That I put me at center of everything, and I took a financially healthy company and I crushed it." And you know what else was a mistake? If I'm Jeremy Boring, I would say it was a mistake not to just end things amicably with Candace, especially when she gave me the option after Ben jumped up on a table and accused her of being a faux sophisticate because she said, "Oh, genocide is always wrong." Yeah. When she came to me 8.5 months pregnant, hands open and willing to discuss and fix things or agree to amicably go our separate ways if we couldn't post October 7th, he decided not to do that. Jeremy decided to instead maniacally convey to me that they suspected that I might have been secretly working with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, like we're the Three Musketeers or something, rather than simply humbling himself, admitting that he was completely deluded and wrong and that I was in fact always loyal to the company that I worked for. He hatched up his next great plan. Oh, I know. I'll fix two birds with one stone. Okay, I sank the company into debt, but I can fix it. My next big plan is to do what we did to Breitbart. We'll create a fake scandal. We'll accuse Candace, who's actually hardworking, super pregnant. We'll accuse her of being anti-Semitic and gloriously fire her over having said Christ is king. We'll do this during Lent because surely that will lead to more Daily Wire signups. It worked for us once at Breitbart. You think we can do it again? The world will see it our way, right? The world will see it our way. They'll realize that we had to do the tough but the moral thing. Well, it's a psyop. Like we just need the money. But they'll realize that we took a moral stance for Jews because what kind of monster tweets genocide is always wrong? True story, Jeremy actually personally reviewed Andrew Klavan's episode before it went out. The first attack after we amicably departed. Jeremy proved it. He's so genius and so sure of himself. Management truly believed that they were going to get a bunch of signups to the Daily Wire in mass. The whole world was going to support them and their debt issues would be wiped away. And it's now been 2 years. And you would think, Jeremy, I would think that you might have the courage to admit that it was simply a bad decision to build a stage, to execute a corporate slave hanging, to go to war over with someone that would have amicably left. I think it also may have left a bad taste in a lot of employees' mouths, many of whom subsequently left and leaked to the press what had happened. Because unlike you, I actually knew those employees' names. You never bothered to learn their names. You walked by them. They were beneath you. They weren't exactly buying what their narcissistic CEO who puts his name on everything was selling when it came to me. And what you did to me came across as cruel and unnecessary, a little extrajudicial. Most people this could have been an email. Now, if I was in your shoes, I might even rank having sent an intern on a secret mission to stalk the woman that you just fired to Dallas, to Turning Point USA, to put her on a plane, an intern. I might rank that as having been a mistake, a psychotic mistake, no less, followed by a somehow even worse decision as a CEO to then author a maniacal, almost 5-page long email to the entire company admitting to the act, justifying the decision to secretly follow someone that you had gloriously fired, saying, and I quote, "It's my right. It's my right to know what she's saying." That's not why you were sending her. You were sending her to ask me a question. If you wanted to know what I was saying, Turning Point USA live streams their events. Okay. We know what you were doing. Now, were I in your shoes, Jeremy, I might even rank you bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before she was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. You maybe forgot yourself in that moment, as you always do. Maybe got a little swept up in you. But conservatives, those pretending to be conservative companies, certainly are not supposed to chase Hollywood fame above family. And I think personally that she made the right decision to leave. And then you made, again, the wrong decision, like the angry, repressed homosexual that you are, to not just allow a young woman, again, 21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk. Because that's what you do. You stalk.
What?
You pretend it's a business, but you're
What did
glorified
she
stalkers.
just say?
In this time in the most sadistic manner.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Who's the repressed homosexual? Who's she talking about? Candace. We can say the same thing about George. Put a 1 in the chat if we can all say the same thing about George. We're going to tell that little repressed homosexual to come out the closet and stop procreating, making all these kids so they end up confused as to what the hell he really is. Yeah, we can all do that, Candace. Candace, I don't know. Come closer to your headphones. George Farmer is a repressed little homosexual. We can all do that. She don't want me to do that. I can turn this into a whole ASMR session. George Farmer is a repressed homosexual who has been accused of SA by a grown man. Put 1 in the chat if you've heard that before. Diane said in my African voice, Candace, why are you gay? Candace, why are you gay? No, she didn't sit here and call somebody a repressed homosexual when she's married to one. Candace, you know George could give 2 craps about you roaming that house. You and your yeast infection been the turnoff of the century for him. I can assure you. So can Andrew Tate. Candace about to go in on your little dumb ass. You can't break this out. Y'all, I can tell y'all right now, I'm sure Andrew Tate knows where those little birthmark places at on George's body. George, what's the name of your boyfriend? Just tell us your boyfriend. We know you got one. Just tell us his name. We won't even look him up. Just tell us the name. We'll be cool with just a name right now. But you know what? Keep the name. Show us a photo. And then we don't know who he is. We won't even guess. I'll make sure my people don't run any background checks on this photo or anything. We just want to see the boyfriend. Because I can guarantee you, he looks nothing like Candace Owens. George said, I like blonde hair, blue eyes. Not really stunning Candace. Candace, he's not stunning you at all. Okay? At all. The only time they have their bodies touching is when they're procreating. And that's if they're doing that properly. Y'all remember that movie E.T.? Where the little boy put his finger up, the E.T. finger, and then it lit up like a light bulb at the tip. That's how Candace and George procreates. Oh, Lord. Yeah, they just put them little four fingers up together. And they just stand in a dark room and they just watch the fingertips illuminate. And that's how they know. Oh, there's a baby in there. That's it. See, Star said, I picture a dark brick castle in Nashville with lots of ivy. Looks like the late Middle Ages or something. You can't make this up. Candace. Girl. When you procreate by just touching your husband's forefinger, because he doesn't want to touch you anywhere else, you don't get to sit here and talk about somebody being a repressed homosexual. If you don't kick rocks, you dumb cult leader from outer space. George Farmer is the epitome of repressed homosexual. What is she talking about? Exactly what George is. She's sitting here having a temper tantrum. You can't make this up. Y'all, this is something else. Angie said she sued luxury apartment she lives in for making her have use of fiction. She refused to pay her lease for her over a year. Yeah, no, Candace went, it was 7 months total, but it went from 1 year to another year. And she didn't pay her rent. She tried to get over on the system. I thought you believed in pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, Candace. What the hell happened with that, you hypocrite? Like, this is ridiculous. And you, y'all. Oh my God. That's odd in Nashville. Yeah, that's what we envision. Imagine the late like 1700s. Not 1600s. That sounds about right. Except they're in Nashville. Then this black castle with sharp pointy tips at the top, ivy growing up and down the sides of the building. You know, FDMG except Gothic. Candace and Umar the Oompa Loompa act just alike. Except Candace is worse. She's a scorned woman to which hell has no fury. You can't make this up. I heard this girl say, oh, you're a repressed homosexual. So is George Farmer. What the hell? Girl, bye, Felicia. Candace, you can come see about me. Come in my neighborhood if you want to. I dare you. Come on up in here. We got hands for you. Can't make this up. How you gonna sit here and call somebody a repressed homosexual? And you married to George. This is crazy. George has a whole allegation unaddressed from another grown man claiming that George Farmer tried to essay him. And she doesn't even want to acknowledge it as if it's never been said. I don't know, girl. You don't see something like that being alleged against somebody like him. So for this young man to do that, to me, shows that there's some validity to that allegation. He's the only one. It's not like it's like 18 of them lined up saying the same thing. No, you only have one that we know of that was willing to come out into the public spectrum. The rest of them, George probably either scares the crap out of them or pays them off, you know, because he's in that Bullingdon Club thing. Can't make this up. Girl, Candace. Loose lips sink ships. Is this where we at? Yeah. Candace, no one told you to tell on yourself. That's all you've been doing this whole episode. You dumb, evil demon with no soul. You've been telling on yourself, and now you're telling on George. You're projecting everything about you and George through everyone else. And people don't care how you feel. No one cares how you feel but your coat. And you don't care how they feel because you know they're just kissing your ass. So when it comes down to it, no one cares how you feel. This is crazy. Who exactly is she talking about here? Which dude is she talking about here? Is this the guy she's talking about? This guy here? Who's she calling? What's his name? Jeremy? She's calling him a repressed homosexual. This guy here. That's the guy she's calling a repressed homosexual. Why is she going in on this dude? What did he do to her? He gonna sue her. He gonna sue the crap out of her. he gonna sue the crap out of her. Period. Erica Kirk, TPUSA, Andrew COVID, they all boy, they gonna go in on her. Candace, they gonna sue the crap out of you.
Which you wanted to impart upon me for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You did put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared. I'm proud of that. In fact, I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is. So maybe all of that could rank somewhere as you're ranking worst decisions that you've ever made.
Go back. Because Candace, I make you pay for the words that come out of your mouth.
You wouldn't have that. You know, I'd rank that as another mistake, but what I rank as one of my prouder moments and all of that was using some of my nuclear energy to stand up for her publicly, despite contractual restraints, using my platform to say what you did to her was wrong. And when you sued me for that, for standing up for Brett Cooper, I want you to know that I communicated to my legal team that I would accept that. I would accept the penalty of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which you wanted to impart upon me for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You did put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared.
So when you sue her, make sure you add this clip as Exhibit A in your evidence so that the judge and jury know they can just go ahead and grant you a summary judgment. Why have a trial? Why give her the opportunity to file a motion to dismiss like she always does because she's a damn liar and a coward? Why do any of that? She's willing to take on whatever judgment is issued against her. Sounds like she's just willing to go straight to having, some sort of settlement made. So why waste time with the courts, Candace? Just pay him the money. If he sues you, just pay the money. Whatever he put in that complaint, just give them a check and say, we're handling this. We're not even filing a motion on it. Here, write the check. There you go. You're going to eat these words, heifer. Eat these words up, heifer. When he sues you, write the check. Don't file a motion to dismiss. Don't get mad or throw a tantrum. Say, I'm paying the money and here's proof of it so that the queen of YouTube can be happy because the LLC is going to sit here and drag me through it on it. Yep. Because, see, this is the same as her saying, sue me. I want subpoena power. I want all the smoke. And I don't like when people send me cease and desist letters. Who cares? You dumb hypocrite. No, you're going to eat those words. You're going to eat those words. So whoever this Jeremy person is, sue her. And then put whatever the amount down is. She's already said she's going to pay it. She's going to eat these damn words. put whatever amount you want, and tell her, here's a clip where you said you would just write the check out and you would be proud of it and you will show your kids. Let them know mommy's going to skyrocket us into bankruptcy on her own accord. There was no limitation to that dollar amount. So sue her and put in whatever amount you want and get it. She's still talking about this happened how long ago? And she's bringing it up. Yeah, let that happen. Sue the crap out of her for $100 million. And she said she would just sign the check and pay it. Money isn't everything. Isn't that what you would get into? You dumb heifer.
I'm proud of that. In fact,
good.
I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is. So
money isn't everything.
Maybe all of that.
Money isn't everything. So Erica Kirk, TPUSA, Jeremy, Andrew Covid, Phil Lyman, all those who want to sue her, Brian Harper, the list goes on and on. Paramount Tactical, sue the crap out of her and remind her of this clip where she said, let me time stamp it. 5540 is a 5540. Hung it on the wall.
Showed my kids that money isn't everything.
At 5541. 55 minutes, 41 seconds, time stamp it. She said money isn't everything. And she would gladly pay that judgment because she's doing the right thing. So sue her ass and make her eat them words. And then put down $100 million per person. And say, we expect the check to be written within 30 days to cash. We're not going around the bush and none of that for this. You're going to go ahead and send us the money. Because you said in your video, this is what you would do. You're going to eat them words. I wouldn't spare her ass nothing. There you go. 5541. She said it. Money isn't everything. So why do you keep crying about somebody trying to bankrupt you, you thunkhead? Candace, stop complaining about that. You said money is not everything. Good. You're going to eat these words. I'm going to ensure that this video clip is played to death. And everyone will be able to use this against you in the court of law. So the Macrons shouldn't have a reason to go back and forth with all these pleadings and documents and motions to dismiss. You should be going to court on April 28th, Candace. And this video clip gets played. And then they should say, okay, my client's asking for $20 million. We expect her to write the check. She said money isn't everything. She's going to stand up for what's right. Cool. She wants to double down on it. Tell her to stand by it when it comes to her losing like hell. And write the check. Money isn't everything. I'm so glad you said this, Candace. See, I get to now get on your damn nerve about this clip. You have no idea what you've done. I keep telling you, you're not smart enough to keep up. You're bad at this. I am going to make sure this clip is used every single time you sneeze. Every time you cry about, oh, they're just suing me, sending me a cease and desist, blah, blah, blah. Nope. Money isn't everything. I'm going to hang it on the wall. I'll be proud of it. Okay. Same with that, sue me. I want subpoena power. You know I'm the queen of YouTube. I originated them. I kept hammering that in. Same one saying, Erica, don't respond unless you have an attorney. This is not going to end at all. You have an attorney, it'll end. She'll know not to play with you. And here we are now. She's saying money isn't everything. Keep that energy up, girl. You got court April 28th. Keep that same energy up, Candace. It's all good. Keep that energy up, heifer.
Doing the right thing is. So maybe all of that could rank somewhere as you're ranking worst decisions that you've ever made. No, probably not, right? Probably not, because you are just a malignant narcissist. You admitted to me that you had a mental break in Hungary. They didn't sleep for days, and you never really, Jeremy, have admitted to yourself that you haven't come back from it. You really have not come back from it. You are not okay. Your plan here to redeem yourself was to try to destroy my life. You blame me for what you did. In the process, honestly, the only thing that you've been successful at is ruining your own life. So what I think that you're actually suited for, Jeremy, is to return back to Texas, where you grew up, that key you wear around your neck, that bent key that you wear as a necklace every day. For those of you who don't know, that key, which the company is named after, Bent Key Ventures, is a key.
He doesn't have to do anything but keep living until God says it's time to come home. That's it. He's going to continue to ignore the hell out of you. And when he's ready to sue you, he's going to play this video at 55 minutes, 41 seconds, where you said you would gladly sign the check and pay him whatever the judgment is. So, Jeremy, you should sue her ass for $100 million. Because the other half is going to be reserved for the Macrons, I'm sure. Get your money, bro. She's not even going to fight you with it. Just play this video, throw it in her face. She said she's already told her attorneys this. Did y'all peep that? Did y'all peep what she said? I've already told my attorneys. I don't care. I'll pay the money. Okay, cool. So her attorney shouldn't be filing a motion to dismiss. Don't be a coward then either, Candace. Pay the damn money. Sign that check. Your attorneys are already aware. They shouldn't be advising you of anything any differently. You know, because they work for you and all. Y'all, Candace is such an idiot. Whatever. Go with it. Go with it, Jeremy. Sue the crap out of her for $100 million. Play this video and say, Your Honor, I would like for her to have that check ready for us by the end of business today. So she's got it. She's got $244 million. We only asked for $100 million. Tell her to keep on running my name out of her mouth. I'm gonna keep dragging her to court and again keep playing this video. She said she will pay the money up. So pay it up, Candace, and shut up.
He's kept around his neck for 28 years.
Yeah, you can't make
from
this up.
his hometown, and it unlocks a Playhouse theater where he once performed on stage. I think that's where he should return. He's best suited to go back to Texas, to quit playing pretend in the real world, and to resume his Playhouse acting. How's that? We'll be right back. All right, you guys, very quickly want to remind you about American financing, because between groceries, travel, and higher prices.
Candace, you're an idiot. He didn't have to do anything. He's going to stay exactly where he is. And that's that.
Oh,
it is what it is. So, somebody, how's that? Like she putting on a performance. Candace, you the only one that cares about a PR strategy. Now, he's just going to take what you said literal and take you behind the court and then ask for whatever money he wants and expect you to write that check. And he'll have all the evidence to ensure that you intentionally said what you said. It was not a euphemism. It was not metaphorical. It was literal. And you said you've already informed your attorneys. You know, that's the beautiful part of it. So them going to court to fight for you about something, it's a moot point. It's invalid. You don't even need attorneys. You can go represent yourself, and then you just write the check. Be done with it. And then ask the court to close the case, because you're going to write the check. Look at God. You don't have to do anything. You think he gives a damn about how you feel? What we all care about is what you just said in that video that can be used as evidence against you in a court of law. You can't make this up. Y'all, this is the episode she did on Friday, so we're about to check this out. And in the meantime, let's get a little brain break in. Y'all. You guys told me both sides did a new video. Martin. He's so cute. Him and Ami, it's just adorable. Let's see here. Both sides. And you all tell me, is it, I'm assuming it's the newest one. Like the absolute newest video. Let's see. Let me share this app. Is it this one here? Candace Owens brings Bassam Yosef on air. Y'all let me know which one is it. We gotta get a little brain break, get a little entertainment in. It was both sides, right? You all wanted to check out both sides. Y'all let me know. Yes. Okay, which video is it? Is it this here? Candace Owens brings Basim? Yusef? Is it Basim? I don't want to keep messing up his name. Yeah, that's the newest one. I'm just trying to see it. That's it? Okay, cool. All right, y'all. Let's check this out. Shout out to both sides with his cute self.
Well, she back.
I think he's married, right? You got a single brother. All right, y'all. Let's get to this. This is her episode she did on Monday, whenever she did this. With this interview. I had not seen the interview. You guys know I can't even watch her shows without you all. All right. I really don't. I don't even watch it on anybody else's channel until I've been able to watch it with you all and then get out my commentary on it. So we're gonna go into this. But when she does these little interviews like this, I don't care for those. I'm be honest. I don't care. So we're gonna get into this one. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see it here. Let's get to it.
She back at it again, but this time we have a different take on this because I think it's something that I don't think anybody else is talking about. And if they are talking about it, they're not talking about it on a large scale. In a recent interview with one Basim Youssef, Miss Candace Owens sat down to talk with the parent comedian and former hater of the Egyptian government, and since de facto going back and kind of having something to do with them and then leaving again. But aside from all that, again, we're going to sidetrack into one other thing when it comes to the planes. Y'all remember that. But the more key thing is what actually is being promoted without fully being promoted here. Okay. Now, in this particular section of the interview, as polarizing as it is, which is, that the accusation that's made through humor, we're going to look at something that's actually being portrayed, carried over, but very, very quietly, but dangerously nonetheless. Again, we're going to look at this from both sides of this issue, because the other side that they're talking about is also maligning God. Okay, so I want that to be the groundwork we put forward here. So I'm going to have you hear it, catch the thing that they're doing, but I want you to see exactly why it's a problem after you listen to it. Okay, I'll let them go the full 20 seconds.
What do you think about Erica Kirk?
Would I get sued?
Throw it in the pile. Of course you will.
I don't want to say anything that's controversial. She did it, but I don't want. She was on it.
I don't want to get into.
I don't want to get into the. She's part of it.
I can't wait till I can clip.
She's planned. But
okay, so you heard that. Okay. The jesting is that Erica Kirk is the one that offed her husband, blah, blah, blah. And it's hilarious to everybody. Okay, cool. We find that. That's their joke. That's the inside thing, whatever. That isn't the real issue here. I know it might be for many people and that's what's been floating around. Right now, everyone's talking about how, oh my goodness, Candace Owens had somebody on that was accusing Erica of the one of killing Charlie Kirk. Oh my gosh, I get that. You can take that. And they can come back and say, that was a joke. That's not what he meant. Okay, you can take that. But that's not really what's taking place here. What's really taking place is the who she's interviewing that's bigger here. And again, remember I said that the opposite side, TPUSA, is also guilty of doing something to malign God. When you try to make somebody into something that they're not, like allowing the saying of, I pray to Charlie Kirk to fly, it is on the same level. But since we're not talking about TPUSA, we're going to address this one, because this one, while that one is not overtly promoting a different religion, this portion of it is. Now, to understand that, you have to understand who Youssef is. Again, extremist with the Muslim Brotherhood ideology. He's the same kind of guy that was defecting from certain locations because he had this extreme ideology. Okay. Hiding it, of course, under the guise of humor. Now, he's not an unintelligent individual because he did graduate with quite an impressive degree. So it's not like he's a dummy, like at all, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But back in 2013, he was arrested and prosecuted in Egypt for maligning the then president of Egypt. Now, subsequently, he left and eventually went back, did something with the government, and then left again to defect to the United States. Now, in all that time, what he actually started to do was promote the Muslim Brotherhood, kind of akin to somebody that's interviewing him right now, Candace Owens. But she's not the only one doing it. So is Tucker Carlson. Now, why would they be trying to soften the blow of what radical Islam is doing? Could it be that they're doing something far more crazy than just attacking TPUSA and trying to point out flaws in their money and what their involvement was in Charlie? And why is it that they're constantly pushing to vilify Israel? Yes, they have mad issues in Israel. I'm not talking about political things right now. I am talking about the reasons for somebody going after somebody. There is a difference between calling out Israel for all the crap they do because it's crap that they're doing, versus trying to make you look at some other place that has other mad issues while calling out somebody else. You know, whole beam and spec thing. Now, it's not just that she's promoting radical Islam by making it seem like it's not radical. She's also at the same time downplaying this whole idea of Christianity. Oddly enough, the other side is doing the exact same thing by trying to lure people into locations like making people pray to Charlie Kirk. Whether they intentionally do it or not, they're allowing it. So by proxy, you're to blame too. The opposite thing could be, they both can be true at the same time. One's just doing more active recruitment versus the other one doing it more passively. Candace is going all out with it. She has no breaks for this at all. In fact, she will tell you outright that this is what she wants, but you won't listen. She'll constantly degrade and downgrade the whole idea of a Christian value and try to upgrade a whole new holistic approach to Christianity or God. Why? Because she can. It's easy. Now you bring somebody on like Mr. Bassem here, right? Who has a history of absolutely supporting things like genocide. And you talk to him, but while at the same time you're talking to him who is pro-genocide for a certain type of people, because he's anti-genocide of the people that he supports, you would love to talk to him. Again, the other side's not as without blame. Okay, but again, we're not talking about the other side today. We will. Don't worry, that's coming. But this is about Candace right now. This is about who she chooses to put around her. Now remember, go back to the group. Him, this guy here, Bassem, Andrew Tate, okay? And she hangs around a lot of the same people that have this ideology down pat. Okay, she's friends with Ye. Ye said, well, I apologize, and still going to end up doing the exact same thing. This is his modus operandi. He will just say something really outlandish, then say, sorry. And then when people say, gotcha, I'm not really sorry, and I didn't really apologize. This is an attempt to bring people to a whole new way of thinking about an ideology that wants our end. Now, in case people forgot, I will give you a quick reminder of something. Their goal is to have it in every house, whether we like it or not. Have it as the number one rule of government, whether we like it or not. That's what they've said out loud, out their own mouth, and that's exactly what the ideology promotes. A removal of every other thinking process in lieu of having theirs. Now, right now, it seems as though, this is what it seems, Candace is the bridging factor. She's the one that's going to try and bring people over to that way of thinking by using conspiracy. You see, people will love to find a good conspiracy that they can get behind. Charlie Kirk's death was the most efficient way of doing that, which is why I say I cannot put it past that it might be that Candace had a hand in something that happened to Charlie. Was she behind it? I don't think so. But right now, if we want to look at suspicious folks, It seems rather suspicious that the one person that was so outspoken against it is now gone, and the two people that were supposedly his friends are now the ones promoting the thing that he hated the most. I just find that kind of wild. Oh, sorry, the way Candace put it. We find it kind of weird. That's kind of odd, kind of weird. Why would that be? Well, maybe because from the very get-go, that's what the goal was. Now, remember back in 2019, there was a treaty signed between the Catholic Church, the Pope at the time, Francis, and the Brotherhood of Muslim Faith, right? Now, people told us that didn't happen. The documentation is literally on the Catholic's website. If you want to go double check that for yourself, feel free to go do it. But they signed a world treaty where everybody would be treated like this and like that, and this peace and this one brotherhood across the world. And we talked to you about how this is the intro to the whole idea of a one world religion. And the only one entity that actually wants everybody to think the same is indeed extreme Islam. As much as the Catholic faith wants to, it's not the same thing as Islam. Islam wants that. They've been saying that out loud. The radical side, anyway. Oddly enough, Candace has been pushing that like spades. So has Tucker Carlson. Now, people will look at this thing and they'll stick it to Charlie Kirk, saying, yes, you see, she's blaming Erica Kirk. She's saying that Erica, and she's laughing at it. How sick, how sick, how sick. Okay, that might be. But you're missing a much bigger picture here. Those are just parts and cogs in the larger machine that's trying to be put out here. And again, the other side, just as bad. What are both doing? They're both detracting from what actually is of God. So let's just make sure we have that down. Talking to dead people and talking about how dead people talk to you and telling me that, oh, I can pray to that dead, you already off the bandwagon right off the rip. Then trying to convince me that the entity that wants me gone off the earth is also of God, then you off the wagon too, so you're both off the wagon. And I think if we were logical human beings, we can say both of them sound a little bit way off the wagon, so we shouldn't listen to either one of them when it comes to that. In this case, however, like I said, there's an active promotion of something. And the active promotion is the problem. Not only is she interviewing folks and siding with folks that have this idea, it's coming under the guise of something you can actually care about in real time, the death of Charlie Kirk. Now, could she have pushed this before that? Not as good. Could she have sold people on this? Not as good. Could she have blamed anybody? No, not as good. This is the perfect storm hit when Charlie Kirk died. The perfect concoction has now been ignited. She can now say unequivocally
first of all, I'm gonna say this. I think Candace had something to do with it, and George. Think about who's been benefiting the most. Oftentimes, when you're trying to prove intent, they're looking at what was the financial gain. When you go out and just, if it's not like self-defense, okay, somebody lose their life because they came into your neighborhood and thought you didn't have hands, and then you go and you realize you can beat their ass, and then you end up knocking them out and hurting them real bad. But you didn't have a choice. It came out of nowhere. Wasn't planned. It was you having to just defend yourself. You're talking about something like this that's so calculated to where she has been toiling over this for 4 months. Going to 5 months. I want y'all to think about this. No one, unless you are an investigator, a prosecutor, you're an attorney, you're handling the case itself, talks about the death of someone 5 months straight, invoking conspiracy theories while trying to deny the obvious about the real shooter, to the point where you're creating scenarios. You're drafting in a Mitch Snow, pulling in other people to corroborate your BS nonsense. And when you're challenged with having to provide evidence and proof, you cannot do that because it doesn't exist. 5 months straight of this. Even just for an ardent independent journalist, I want to talk about this as news evidence is released, as something develops. Like when Tyler Robinson had to go to court, right? Ideally, you expect the media to cover his court hearing, to kind of give a synopsis of that. And then they move on to talk about something else until something else new occurs again. That's how the news cycles work. You don't find true independent journalists that continue to talk about the same story for 5 months, creating scenarios and conspiracies and not providing any factual basis or evidence, not linking any of these things together. She has gone after TPUSA Faith, TP Endowment, the Super PAC, TPUSA, their finances, Erica Kirk, her mother, anyone that went to UVU, Phil Lyman, his mother, his cousin. I mean, just down the line, the security, Brian Harpole, everyone else. These people were doxxed. They had their credit cards stolen. Their lives were upheaved because of this. And in any other murder case, if you are a true independent journalist, you've never seen no crap like that happen. To the extent where people are being cyber harassed, bullied, doxxed, and defamed. 5 months straight, she hasn't talked about anything else. That's not a journalist. That's an obsession. That is someone trying to keep something suppressed and secret. That is creating diversions and distractions intentionally. That's what that is. So when the circumstances line up to where you've had the most to gain out of this financially, let's not forget she's a scorned woman. He didn't pick her. And she never got that great reunion she wanted. She wanted to be reunited with TPUSA. Her cult can't seem to question her about that, though. For some odd reason, they dare not question her. Why would you want to go work for TPUSA? Why would you mention being on their payroll? But she kept it a secret that she had a contract with them. Who makes moves like this unless they have something to hide? See, it's the lying by omission for me, Candace, that does it. I told you I see through you. You think that you're the only one that somebody can give information to? No, girl. No, you dummy. You have no idea who knows what and who knows who. No idea, Candace. And that is what you should be afraid of. You have no idea who knows what and who knows who. All we've been doing is challenging her to present evidence, and she won't do it. Coming up with theories about Egyptian planes stalking somebody. All this dumb shit she's coming up with. Dumb nonsense. No one cares about that. No evidence to corroborate it. And then takes it upon herself to try to throw herself into the equation. Let me distract even more by saying that someone's trying to murder me now. Now they're coming for me. She's forcing herself into this scenario. Why? Even a semi-smart criminal won't do that. They would actually do whatever they can to stay far away from the situation, not try to bury themselves in it. When you're dealing with a narcissist, you got to remember they don't think like everybody else does. They don't behave the way everyone else does. Their decision-making is not going to be the same. They don't understand concepts like hypocrisy. Basic evidence. They don't understand concepts like telling truths. Corroborating evidence. They don't get that. They don't care about that. The only thing they care about is the PR. Do you believe it or not? And for Candace, she has a cult that does. I believe Candace has something to do with it. A lot to do with it. And she wants to be sued. Exactly. Who wants to be sued? She wants to be sued. This for her, what she didn't expect was for TPUSA and Erica Kirk to really clap back. She wants to be the bully in the situation. Candace is the bully. She's the mean girl, high school, valley high, thunkhead, airhead bully. And she gets mad when they clap back. Because her narcissism won't allow her to understand that people have the right to defend themselves and you do not have the right to impede upon their constitutional rights. Their freedom of speech and expression, freedom of the press. You don't get to impede upon that. And when you step your ass out of line, somebody's going to be there to correct you and put you back in place. And if they got to do it with a lawsuit, they will. I believe Candace has something to do with it. We know everybody else's whereabouts except hers, except George. We don't know if she was actually in Tennessee when she was recording some pre-scripted, pre-recorded show. She could have done that pre-scripted. Think about this. She could have done that pre-scripted, pre-recorded show anywhere at any time. It only premieres at a certain time. When she records it, could be in the first part of the day. That could be the first thing. She could record her shows at 6 a.m. and no one would know. They're pre-recorded and pre-scripted. So what we see that comes out is premiered. It's not live. I could pre-record a whole live right now and then let it premiere tomorrow. That's what she does. So who's to say that she didn't pre-record something that morning, flew out there to UVU. George went. He used his guns to shoot rats. Y'all remember the video we watched about the Bullingdon Club? He knows how to use a weapon. He takes photos with his prize on a beach wearing a tuxedo from this Bullingdon Club. He knows how to use these weapons. He still has the same build as a Tyler Robinson. Maybe he lined everything up to go along that path. Maybe George Farmer knows who Tyler Robinson is. Because, you know, he's a repressed homosexual and all. Maybe George Farmer and Tyler Robinson are actually pretty cool. Maybe they are. You see, Candace, we can do this as well. She believes that Jasmine said, and she believes Tyler is the fall guy, so she's investigating separately. Is that a crime? Mm-mm. It's not a crime to investigate. The problem comes in when your investigation, first of all, she's not an investigator, okay? And the reason why I like to make that distinction, because as an independent journalist, I don't ever want to give the notion that I'm investigating. Investigating gives you certain privileges that you don't normally have as just a standard individual. And because she conducts herself as if she's a federal investigator, that would be impersonation. That is the crime. The crime is in impersonating one. The crime is in the doxing that comes along with it. Her having information pulled that could be personal identifiable information she's not privy to. But she's doing it under the guise of this so-called, oh, I'm just investigating. I pulled up the definition of impersonation. Even the mere assertion that you have that type of power falls under impersonation, which is a federal crime. That's a felony. So saying that I'm an independent journalist actually protects me more than me trying to walk around here calling myself an investigator. So I wouldn't want to do that. But that's on her. She's not very smart. So Candace could have went out there to UVU. She could have caught a flight. Her and her husband got the type of money where they can just hop on a flight. They got a nanny to watch the kids. They fly out to UVU, meet up with Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, the fall guy. George Farmer is the figurehead. Candace pays the money. And then get back home like nothing happened. The day he was shot, she didn't do a show. Who said that she didn't already have something pre-recorded and pre-scripted? That can be done at any time. George Farmer has about the same build as Tyler Robinson. And they got the money to do it. They got the money to pay someone. They got the money to get inside information. Candace claims she's got insiders at TPUSA. She's got insiders with the FBI. She can just text message somebody about a death threat and not file a formal complaint online. That's what she said. So who's to say that Candace and George Farmer are not involved? Let's go with this theory she keeps putting out there about him being the fall guy. Who pulled the trigger on the gun? She doesn't believe that he took the shot. Who did? I mean, you got camera evidence showing that he did. He jumped off the building and all of that. There are multiple cameras around on the rooftops of those buildings, getting various angles. Everything is not going to be released to the public because laws in place predicate and dictate that. You don't want all your evidence to be put out there to the public, only for it to be scrutinized and to create a biasness, and then you taint the jury. They have to look at that evidence. But if Candace and George Farmer are working with Tyler Robinson, why does she want him to get off so bad again? Oh, because he could spill the beans and tell the truth on her. Because he could implicate her. Because everybody keeps wondering, why does she want him to get off? Why does she want to throw the case? Let's just say she has some level of connection to it. You think she's going to want to be implicated in that? Candace doesn't even want to get sued. She's definitely not going to want to face criminal charges. What you think about that? And she goes around harassing people for interviews. I'm so glad you said that, Melinda. For evidence, for alibis. All that shit is a distraction. But she won't tell us where the hell she was and give us an alibi of her whereabouts and of George Farmer's. And I say him because who knows? Maybe he was walking around with a maroon shirt. Maybe he was similarly dressed like Tyler Robinson. Maybe he helped Tyler Robinson change clothes. Maybe they swapped outfits. Maybe George Farmer came in there wearing the outfit that Tyler Robinson actually left him with the Dairy Queen in. And George Farmer was able to sneak and get away with the clothes that Tyler Robinson was wearing. Who knows? I'm just theorizing here. Because what other reason can anyone come up with to explain why Candace wants Tyler Robinson to get off and get away with it? Maybe she doesn't want him to talk too much. And the fact that the defense, I'm so glad you said this, the defense is aware a bunch of the public thinks he's innocent and they want it to stay that way. They don't want us to see the evidence at trial. Exactly. The evidence could be what's considered biased. And when you have criminal matters like this, you have a jury. The jury has to see the evidence in order to help bring forth a ruling. You don't want them to have a preconceived notion of this evidence because they've already seen it out in the public view. Because if any member of the public can watch it, you would have to naturally assume members of the jury can see it as well. And you don't want a jury selected and they've already seen everything that is related to this case. Candace wants all the evidence released because it seems as if she's trying to see if she's been implicated in this. if she does end up being connected to this somehow. Because now that is a sign of a guilty person. That's an MO. People who are involved, they'll be the ones calling into the police station asking, what's the updates on this? They'll be the ones following and tracking the news to see if they've gotten any new developments, any new leads, any new evidence. What's y'all evidence? What do you all have? Because they're trying to stay 2 steps ahead when they're not smart enough to really do that. So let's just say Candace's angle is to get Tyler Robinson off. That way, anything related to her, George Farmer, doesn't come up. I'm just saying. She has benefited the most out of his death. I thought I heard it all when I heard her say, at least on 2 separate occasions, they ought to put me on their payroll. For what? Why? Do you think that will make you look better, Candace? Do you think that will make you look less conspicuous if they put you on their payroll? What do you think you're going to get out of that? If you hate TPUSA, you had a contract you didn't even tell your cult about, you didn't even speak about, and somehow you're saying to them you want to be put on their payroll when the majority of your fan base sees them as the enemy? And none of these goons asked her about this, by the way. They didn't challenge her on that at all. Why are you saying you want to be put on a payroll? Why wouldn't a guilty person want to just be put on the payroll and blend in? Besides the fact that she already had a contract. Why not? Make it less believable for her to say that she had a hand in it. Now, will I say she pulled the trigger on the gun? No. I think Tyler Robinson did it, but I think her and George Farmer may have something to do with it a lot more than they trying to purport. And for her to, every time evidence is released, anytime anything is released, like the text messages and all of that. We have one more Tyler Robinson video to check out from, what's his name? I want y'all to think about this. Think about all the things that's being said and done. We got one more video to watch from Turkey Tom. See, when I watch these Turkey Tom videos about Tyler Robinson, the way I'm looking at it is I am looking for some connection back to Candace Owens and George Farmer. Because why does she attack the actual concrete evidence related to the case? Why does she want to know so bad? Most people have a respect for the law in knowing there's a reason why they don't release it to the public like that. Why is she so desperate to know? To the point where she says, I don't care about that investigation. How do you not care about the investigation of a man that has been accused and has admitted to murdering Charlie Kirk you supposed to be in love with? Wouldn't naturally you be angry and upset at the man that took the life of someone you deep down in love with and you wanted to be with, and now you're scorned because he didn't pick you? If you had love for him, right? I think that vengeance took over her. And Candace has been making mad money since then, but lied about having a contract, kept it a secret about having a contract with him. Never disclosed that they at least sent her 2 cease and desist letters. Was afraid to go out to Phoenix and confront them. She refuses to go to UVU campus. Why is that? But yet she'll sit around and watch countless videos of him being shot over and over and over and over again. No one can convince me that she does not have anything to do with it. I would have to see concrete evidence to prove me wrong. Her and George Farmer. They refuse to give alibis of their whereabouts. Did Candace ever go talk to any investigator? Y'all recall her ever saying she's spoken with an investigator? I mean, why wouldn't you if you have nothing to hide and you're truly concerned about the loss of your as she put it, best friend. I don't recall her talking to them at all. So, y'all, this is something else. This is something else. She would be recognized. Who said that she had to go out into the public view? Who said that? Now, y'all know, I understand cameras are on you everywhere you go. But when you're not looking for someone, you don't think to ask those questions. When you're not looking at that person to be a potential suspect, no, you don't think to ask questions about, okay, well, if they did fly out there, they would have been captured in a camera in the airport, right? Let's just say she's wearing a hat in disguise pretty good. Let's just say she flew in and went straight to a hotel, and maybe George went out there to the UVU campus. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't always know how he looked until last year. Period. He's not one of those type of people that's just out there on social media like that. But it seems like he's becoming a lot more present, doing a lot of these speaking engagements and all these things. And let's not forget, he was one of the chairmen for TPUK. Wouldn't he know some of the ins and outs? Their security measures, security details. Wouldn't George Farmer know that? You're the chairman? TPUK? You're the chairman. And how long did he work for them? How long was he there as the chairman? I'm just saying. I want y'all to think about this. How long did George Farmer work as the chairman of TPUK? If he was there for at least 6 months, that's enough time to get familiar with how they operate. And not just TPUK, TPUSA as well. Candace used to work for them. Don't you think she has a wealth of knowledge? She said, oh, I didn't want to use their security detail for TPUSA, blah, blah, blah. I had my own. Wouldn't that imply, though, she at least understands their plans, their safety protocols and measures in place? I have no reason to not believe that she is completely detached from this. Candace, we're going to continue to insinuate you until you provide us with an alibi. Prove me wrong with some evidence. I think they're involved. High, maybe just high. Sean for real said, you smell funny. Your mama dresses you funny. That's how high IQ is. Angie said she's a dope. High IQ, high assets. Angie, you can just say ass, girl. It's okay. TPUK people had a problem with how it was running. Some left. While he was the chairman? That's something else. Brigitte Macron won all 10 lawsuits. They claim Candace influenced them. Well, see? Didn't I tell you all? They just gonna shift that blame on someone else. Just like those 2 guys that were arrested for the death threats against the Jewish conservatives. Come to find out, one of them only subscribed to like 3 people. Candace being one of them. It's obvious they'll get interrogated, and the first thing they'll say is, well, I was under the influence of someone, by Candace Owens. She was very compelling and had me believing that these Jewish conservatives were horrible, and somehow that I just, had the power to take their life. Of course they're going to implicate her. Of course they're going to throw her name out there. Whatever excuse they can use to avoid going to jail, of course they're going to say it. Y'all know thieves have no loyalty now. No loyalty amongst thieves. Not at all. Yeah, or Oregon Valley girl. Trolls are paid by ICE. Budget monies. Report block. Most of foreign bots also report and block. Yeah. Let's see here. Yep. I believe Candace had something to do with it. Her and George, they in it together. They in cahoots with Tyler Robinson. Candace too can play this game. We can play this game. Can't make this up.
Without any real blowback, because as you can see, her numbers are still going up. She can say unequivocally that the real reason that this happened is because of this hate for this group. So in order to negate that, you need to accept this group. And it's working. It is working well. She's already got people off this idea of the Judeo-Christian thing. And that's the first step. Criticize it, let it get, into the public sphere. And then you start shape-shifting who God is. She's already doing that too. But people are missing that altogether. They want to talk about the gossip about TPUSA. They want to talk about the lawsuits with the Macrons, and we do too. But we're seeing a much, much, much more dangerous and nefarious thing. The same thing we're trying to point out to you when you have your lead person talking to dead people. When you have Erica talking about, he's up there orchestrating things, and that's the only thing that God does, not people. When you got Megyn Kelly on stage talking about, I pray to Charlie this way. That's ridiculous. You should admit that is ridiculous if you say that God is your leader. You understand the problem here. This is not just a battle of attrition for following and viewership and subscribership. This is becoming a battle over your soul. Like a major battle over your soul. And if you're not careful, you're going to fall for this hoodwinking under the guise of, the elites and the elites are the elites with the elites. Man, I could imagine what the elites might be thinking to take her down with. That's where you're going to sidetrack. And before too long, you're down a road that you can't come back from. Because you'll be believing something that will be the ultimate end of you. And yes, we do understand that interviewing a guy from Egypt while not asking him anything about the Egyptian plains are quite funny. And we get that. And he probably doesn't know about the blue or yellow plains, but he might know about blue or yellow plains. Like I said, he's not a dummy. But that wasn't the topic of the discussion. No. At all. Because don't forget that she believes that Egypt is in pockets. Some grand fashion. The question of, because he did indeed interact with the Egyptian government. And nothing? Okay. Well, he's not a journalist. Comes a time where you have to start looking at things not just from a conspiracy theorist point of view, but from a moral point of view. And when you take the moral point of view, you can both sides where it's wrong. There's no hate involved in that. You can just look at and say, this is what I see, and this is right, and this is wrong. This is wrong, and this is right. You can look at it that way. Now, you're going to get hate for doing so, no doubt, because you're not just going with the flow with one side or the other.
Are y'all still getting a lag? Yeah, this storm is starting to kind of come in. Yeah, it's starting to kick in a little bit. I will appreciate you all for hanging out with me. So far, we ain't going. Oh man, we're going 4 hours and 28 minutes. See, this is what happens when you can't go live in a week to make up for it. I appreciate you all for tuning in. It's starting to get a little iffy with the storm. So what I'm gonna do is after this plays, then I'm gonna just do a whole new live stream, try to reboot, and do a separate live stream for the last episode and go from there. Because I don't want this continuously lagging like this. It's starting to snow. I'm enjoying it here. Thank you. Y'all stay warm too. Get you a snack. So just so I can, I guess, reboot a little and get the system caught up because it continues to lag a little bit. I'll do a separate live for the last episode because this is the marathon here. Hopefully it corrects itself so I can just keep going with this one. I would prefer that. But let's get back to it.
Person doesn't do that. The objective person doesn't care whether or not you hate them or dislike them. The objective person will see it and understand, oh, wait a minute. I can see that, and I can blatantly call it out and not worry about anybody else because it is what it is. In this case, Candace is being hypocritical at the most when it comes to the Egyptian thing. But on the real surface of it, when you look at it and you just break that and go down, you'll see something far more dangerous, and that is the inclusion of something that's wanting to take over Western civilization altogether and get rid of God in full. This is her next step. Before too long, you'll see her have far more people that identify with this radical side of Islam. And she'll put it under the guise of trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Charlie Kirk. And more people are going to say, wow, we might have been lied. I mean, look, Tucker already told you, you've been lied to. You've been lied to. You've been lied to about Israel. Lied to about Islam. Islam's not bad. It's not that bad at all. No. In fact, I would even say that maybe we are the kinds of people that need to start following it. Why? Because they're probably the ones that have the truth. You'll hear that. Don't worry. It's coming. And when it does, come back and tell us, hey, man, wow, that's crazy. It's starting to happen. You're going to see it. And ultimately, into a whole different location where you can be absolutely controlled while telling you that you need to break free of control. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Both sides want to control you. They want to control how you think something is right and how you think something is wrong. And when you don't comply, they come for your neck. Tell me I'm wrong. Now, the truth doesn't need that much voracious defending. The truth sits and stands alone. If I can tell it to you and you don't hear, then you don't hear. Okay, you don't have to listen. All right, cool. Good for you. Don't listen. A lie is really the one where people get really violent about. A lie. They'll get mad at you not believing their lie. But the truth doesn't need that. So we'll leave this in your lap and you get to decide for yourself. Look at the grand picture, see exactly what's being promoted by them, her and Tucker, and then look at what's being promoted by TPUSA and find out for yourself whether or not any of that aligns with what's true. Then come back and talk to us. Or not. You don't have to, just a suggestion. If you want to be adult, you can do that. But if you don't, then that's okay too. We each have a decision to make about life. Yours is up to you. However, at the end of all of this, if this turns out to be true and you didn't listen, there's only one person you can blame, y'all. That would be the man in the mirror. That being, namely, you.
I stab stereotypes, the map, the after, math, you call it conflict. I call it context, two lenses, one text. Next to flex, they clip a clip, two quick fix the narrative, I stitch the stitch.
What's going on? Okay, y'all. That was awesome. And the storm is starting to pick up a little bit. So, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do is create a new live on the last episode. So you guys tune in. I'll reboot and all of that. So give me 10-15 minutes. Let me reboot. And then I'll just do a new live on this last one. So, because I heard she went bananas on that, and it's just something else. When y'all said that Jay Witt rage quit, Sam said it was 82 degrees in the afternoon here in the desert. Oh, I'm so jealous. It's like it's funny how half of the country is under freeze advisories and snow, and you talking about it's 82 degrees in the desert. Doesn't it get cold in the desert? Yeah. There you okay. Man, I'm jealous. I'm going to go raid my kitchen. I know, right? Y'all go get some snacks, go use the bathroom, take showers, get comfortable. I'll be back in 10 minutes to reboot and then start a new live stream to check out this last episode. And if Jay Witt rage quit, I want to see that. I'm just going to be honest. Because that's not something Deacon does. My brother in Christ. He barely rages anything. If he rage quit, I want to see that. I want to see that myself. So let's get cleaned up, get refreshed, and I'll meet you all back here in 10 minutes. In the meantime, hit that like button. Thank you all so much for checking out these videos with me, because I can't do it without you all. And I will see you all shortly. Deuces.